Hello, everyone, and welcome to continuing coverage of the 2021 World Series of Poker Europe. As its North American counterpart winds down, we find ourselves in Rozvadov in the Czech Republic. And by ourselves, I mean yours truly, Ali Nejad, alongside PLO legend Len Ashby. And that's not too generous a way to describe you, Len.
I'm no legend, man, but I do like to play for cards.
And that's exactly what we'll be playing here. 550 euros was the buy-in, the second event of the World Series of Poker Europe. 59,250 euros is going to be available up top in this 8-handed affair. Roughly 5,500 euros will go to 8th place. And there's a look at the hopefuls all gathered round. Sights set on the bracelet. And they will take their seats here in this 8-max Pot-Limit Omaha. A collection of international players from all around the European continent. 623 players originally ponied up. Fines will be 40 and 80,000 with an 80K big blind ante. And there is a look at the chip counts. Martin Kabrhel, a legend around these parts, has 3.9 million. Good for the lead, followed by the Dutchman Bjorn Verbekel. Zhao Feng in third, representing Singapore, then the Dane, Michael Plum, Spaniard Vega Meister, the Belgian Ken Beckers, Richard Toth from Hungary, and Tobias Peters, who will be on the short stack with 10 bigs. And Len, we've discussed it in the past.
Let's do after the first double up.
No limit hold'em tournaments as the field whittles down.
You got it for there?
Oftentimes can increase the pace of play. Pot-Limit Omaha works a little bit differently, however.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Tournament format versus cash, that is.
Yeah. No one's extremely deep. 49 big bonds is the chip leader from Martin. Another guy's at 47. You won't see too much waiting around. We got one Richard Toth in seat 5 is non-big blondes, so he's kind of on the stack where he's going to pick a hand and kind of go with it. He can 3-bet all in pre. That's a stack that can get in pre. May look for a spot early. We'll see.
We will indeed.
Trying to check out these faces, see if I recognize anybody. I recognize Martin, obviously. He's a pretty known player. I think I've played a couple times with him.
Alfredo Meister folds under the gun. Ken Beckers does the same. And here is that short stack that we talked about belonging to Richard Toth. And with King 9-6X, he is going to raise, Len, and that's not the kind of 3-card collection that we would expect to be raising. Perhaps the 4th card must be a king?
Yeah, it's probably even money that it's a king, but probably a little favored, actually.
280K, the sizing here. And
like this, or it's okay like this?
Exactly.
Like this?
So many times.
Huh? You? Like this?
Because he played it so many times. It's already starting.
Kabrhel getting a lay of the land with respect to our RFID readers that allow us to take a peek at everyone's holdings.
Together. Didn't mean to cover my chips. The rules are...
And that is a nice start for that short stack of Richard Toth, 42 years of age. Biggest live tournament cash of his career, 333K. Biggest online cash, 120,000.
CrossFit as a habit, Oh, sorry, excuse me, a hobby. What about you?
Listed.
Is that one of your hobbies, Ali? CrossFit? You do the CrossFit?
If by CrossFit you mean alternating between my mouse and the trackpad on my laptop, then yes, that's I circuit train between the sauna, the steam room, and the jacuzzi. Does that count?
As much as you've been announcing, man, you've been a busy man. You've put in the hours this month, obviously.
That's
With
true.
the World Series.
And I'm still here.
You're still here, still doing it.
And I called on you because, of
Oh,
course,
well.
when it comes to 4-card,
Well,
let alone great storytelling,
how could I turn
we
down?
look no further.
Turn down you, Ali. I can't turn it down. we
Was
might,
this
we might see
Brokeback
something
Booth?
we've never seen. You know, it's possibilities in PLO. You never know. Might just have like some crazy 4-way all in. I doubt it, but you never know.
That's true. Action appears to be on Tobias Peters.
I recognize that name. I've seen it somewhere. He is a professional poker player, so sure I've seen his name in some results somewhere along the way.
We are staring at Martin Kabrhel, the chip leader, so Peters not involved in the pot officially. There it is. A limp from Jack-Jack 10-7 with diamonds out of Kabrhel in the cutoff. Now the 9-8-6-6 double suited for Verbakel in the small blind. Did he get in there? Has he just folded it over to the Spaniard, Alfredo Meister?
And I like this limp here by Martin. Just, you know, got a very playable hand. Wants to see some flops. He's got all the chips, so why not?
So Verbakel did indeed come along, and Meister appeared to check back out of the big with ace-ace-jack 3. And that allows king 8-6 to roll off. Verbakel has bottom set here. Kabrhel has flopped the jack-high diamond draw and a gut shot. And with that board texture, Bjorn Verbakel will fire 320,000 full pot, Len.
Yeah, don't mind that. I don't mind Meister just checking his option with aces. You're kind of announcing your hand range, you know, out of the blinds there. And it's just going to be tough to play the aces out of the blinds.
Coincidence. Maybe.
Martin is chewing his gum like a guy that has the chip lead.
A little confidence, you think?
Yeah.
A little smug, a little,
Very good.
not smug, I shouldn't
Better
say
move
smug,
than
but
yesterday?
just confident.
Huh?
Comfortable.
Yeah.
We have to
Yeah,
ask
he's
you,
going to
right?
call here. He's
Huh?
got a
We have
gut
to
shot.
ask
I'm in pretty much same.
Jack high
And
down.
oh, wow.
Wow.
Meister would have
Better?
made a set of
I'm
aces.
always in a good mood.
And
So
now
same.
it's a double gutter
I'm
for
always.
Kabrhel.
Both.
Queen or a 9 would work, as well as a diamond. And
How
Verbakel
much?
still firing.
Yeah, and this pot is escalated to quite some size now with 2 full pot bets. Kabrhel could be a little leery that Verbakel could have a hand like the nut flush draw with a pair in turn, a hand like ace king with ace x of diamonds, which would have Kabrhel's hand in really bad shape.
Okay.
It's definitely something Martin's going to have to be thinking about, whether he chooses to call
lost
here
my
with this
phone.
draw or not.
We all had to give it away.
Huh?
We all had to give it away. We all had to give it away.
I know.
I didn't know.
I just tried. Who told him?
I should have been not typing.
960K. Is the price right without the nut flush draw for Kabrhel to continue?
I think it's a fold here,
Just like Martin a little bit.
personally.
I know the rules, but I try to avoid them.
There's
You
too
know?
many hands that Verbakel has
does it better
that could
than
have king something of diamonds
Victoria's
with
2
2
phones
pair.
are
You are drawing at the nuts with a queen and a non, but
960?
your diamonds aren't always good. You could catch a jack too to make trips. He is going to call, showing a little gamble here. We'll see what happens on the
One bet is
river.
my whole
Yeah, that
bet.
960 not at all
crazy.
insignificant in relation to the
He's
chip
crazy.
leader
First
stack
hand,
at
you
this
wanna bust?
stage.
I don't understand this. I really don't understand. Be careful, Hollandia.
I know.
Check it blind, Netherlands. Check it blind.
And a brick on the end, the 5 of spades. Obviously, the 7-9 is completed if it's there.
Yeah, Kabrhel could go for it here.
These were the 2 biggest stacks at the table clashing.
Yeah, it could really put him to a big decision for his whole tournament here if he would like to. 7-9 makes a lot of sense also. He does have a 7 in his hand.
Imagine how deflating it would be to hear Kabrhel utter the word pot at this point if you're sitting on a set of 6s.
And Verbekel blocks 1-9. He has the 9 of clubs in his hand. See if he goes for it. What a first hand. Second hand, I guess.
Yeah, but the first flop.
Yeah.
And neither player has full pot here, but for Kabrhel, it would be a disaster if he were to get called. He would have virtually nothing left, presuming that he would be willing to go all in with this $2.5 million, of course.
Yeah, if he bets, he has to go for all of it.
Gears are turning. Would it have not made any sense for Verbekel to maybe put out a smallish blocker bet?
I think checking's best. I think Kabrhel has a hand that he just goes for it, or he makes it, and you can just make that decision. He's not going to. If Verbekel makes a smallish bet, I think Kabrhel's less likely to, raise him all in. He's just more likely to just bluff jam the river.
Note that he grabbed the big chips up front, pulled them aside, counted them down, pushed them back toward his stack. All the kind of stuff that you'll see a lot of slick live players do in an effort to maybe get any little glimpse or insight into how their opponent is feeling about their holding or the prospect of being up against a big bet.
Yeah, I mean, saw Chance scoring enough through that in the main event coverage and got a little flack from it. And I mean, it's live poker. I can see how people saw it as a little move to try to maybe entice his opponent to see if he was going to call. But it was, I thought it was fair play. And he is
Including this.
go for, what is the size there?
Well, stand by.
1.6.
And Kabrhel has just jacks here. This is an absolute bluff.
Gotta like the heart here. I mean, it's pretty much the first hand of the tournament, final table, and putting Verbekel in a tough spot. I mean, 7-9 makes a lot of sense. Hands just like bear 7-9-10, no flush draw that flops a wrap. He limped in. So, the top range cards kind of are less likely. Like a hand like ace, king, 10, jack, I think Kabrhel would have raised with. So it's unlikely he's turning like ace, king into a bluff kind of, or thinking he could be up against the same hand.
How relevant are all these cards that Verbekel have to his ability to maybe sniff this bluff out? Because a lot of them are the sort that would coordinate with a 7
For
that
sure.
might limp in.
Yeah, so having 2 6s, yeah. Having a 7-9 in your hand, you'd like to be connected with the 7-9, like
Right.
with a 6-8, etc. So that for sure matters. see if he sniffs it out. It's
As played, it doesn't feel like he's up against a bigger set. So really, the question becomes, did he make the straight or not?
Yeah.
And that's about it.
almost never has 3 kings, 3 eights. So it's pretty much a straight or it's a bluff.
Call.
Oh, he does call.
What a huge moment this is here at this final table on the very first flop. Kabrhel gets caught and is left with sub 1 million in chips. Down near the shortest of stacks. And note the lips are pursed now around that gum, Len.
Aces, crappy aces, so just him and then I
Might
see
have
the
swallowed
turn,
that
like,
gum.
fuck.
But yes, really bad aces then.
I had super bad aces, yeah.
Dude.
I mean, he just limps. I can only make it like 250, you know, then he also calls.
A massive pot for Bjorn
I see the
Verbekel.
turn.
Why?
He now has
Probably he will check you and you can
6.7
check
plus
the-
43% of the chips, and this is a fantastic start to his final table.
Well, the river I'm all in on the turn, so
Gooi hand, Tibon.
I don't have a problem on the river. Good form, man.
Martin dumping
I would have played it down.
Ja, nu,
almost
I would've
3
played it down.
million
nu, heb
in
je,
that
nu heb je
pot.
iemand bijna de bracelet.
Well, buckle up if that's any indication. The boys are here to gamble.
Halfway.
Je bent
Yeah, it
over
was
de
a
helft,
fun end
terwijl we nog met z'n
right
achter
off the
zitten.
bat.
Als je mij nog even als je mij even een dubbel gunt, dan gun ik jou die bracelet heads-up. Mooi deal, toch?
Nou, ik vind het helemaal goed.
Ooh, what a first hand, or second hand, not first
Yeah,
hand.
second hand. I think,
And,
okay, can go
actually-
home very fast.
Took me a while to recognize the 3-seat Alfredo. He plays it quite a bit. PLO Cash at
You
Aria
see,
when he
raised
comes
everybody
into
folded,
town.
right? Yeah, it's crazy, yeah.
Who had the aces that checked back and didn't really
Martin,
recognize
can you
that
please
was
put
him.
the chips on the other side that I can see your cards.
Ace 8-7-5 for
Can I
Kabrhel.
get drinks here? I need a drink, please. Oh, no, that's all right. Can you call for service, if possible? No? I need a beer.
Me too.
Looks like
I already closed service.
he is opening.
Okay. Come.
And the sizing, 160K.
Big chips?
Just a click up. Min raise open, and poor Martin's getting an earful here. As he just got showered in that last pot, and they're asking him to
How much you make?
keep his cards visible. Do you have any big chips?
How much are you playing?
Yeah.
Oh, that's full steam there, Ali.
Oh,
That's-
yeah.
That's We've all been there. It's like when you go broke on cash game pawn, get dealt in, and the guy that beat you. How much are you playing now? What are you buying it for? And it's like, really, man? Like, can you just give me a second?
Yeah.
And then you just always auto
Everybody
add
seems
more
to be in a
money
hurry today.
than
Oh,
you
yeah.
were gonna buy into,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
You just have to cover the guy, right?
Good point.
It's part of it.
I'm really thirsty.
What happened here? Verbickle 3-bet pot? Took it down? Is that what happened? King 10-8-7?
Well, Kabrhel no longer has any cards in his hand, so obviously
No.
not having taken a flop. And it doesn't look like he hauled it in. That does appear to have been the case.
Wow, from 4 million to 700,000 in 2 hands. It's crazy.
The needles are just
Oh,
floating
man.
around here. I like it, man.
The gloves are off in Rozvadov, and Martin is the punching bag right now. He is the short stack after having raised folded there. coming in
Man, that's pretty
the
crazy.
big stack. Just 3 hands in.
I mean, that's a crypto tank there. That's just like
Yeah.
60% down in like a day, you know. Wow.
King 10-9-9 with 3 hearts under the gun for Zhao Feng. 32 years of age, a financial advisor. Hails from Singapore. And his stack management begins with an open. Limp. Nothing interesting cooking elsewhere thus far.
Yeah.
Now Verbekel,
Yes.
the chip leader,
Yes, I was
with
in the- yes, I
double
was in the
suited
hand. Sorry,
jacks.
yes, second hand. What can I do? Unbelievable.
I need
Yeah,
to-
like I'm doing my
I need-
best.
I
One
need
second.
Flat.
Weizenbier bitte.
Yes, 1 second, please.
Weizenbier und ein Aquapana, ja?
And the short stack of Toth will be
No, not
all
yet.
too
not
happy
yet.
to take a cheap one with
Aqua.
King, Queen, 10-3.
Thank you so much.
Flop is 9-4 deuce rainbow, and Feng has flopped top set here. Nice little development for his holding. 360K in the middle.
Yeah, such a drop board. You can go extremely small here. You want a little play. Not many people have anything though. Verbekel does have the overpair, backdoor spades, but let's see if he pills to this bet from Feng. He did go extremely small, which I like. And it works. Gets Verbekel to just light 400,000 on fire here.
Well, the chip leader can obviously afford to be a bully right now, but unfortunately he's picking on the wrong man.
Now, if you're Feng, you just decide what you want to do. I mean, you can do whatever you want. You can still you can call here. Some wraps that Verbekel can have, ace 3-5, 3-5-6, that you're a little leery of, that you would want to charge the maximum almost, but there's some hands that he could be raising with that you want to just let him hang himself, and he's just going to call. I like it. There's just too many blanks in the deck that can come off that you're just going to double up if he continues. Verbekel does turn a gut shot here.
Yeah, suddenly he's drawing a little liver than he was before.
Well, I mean, now Jack's no good, and he's got king out hearts too. He's got a huge hand, and man, he is going for it.
Well, he did go from 2 outs to 4 outs. Of course, one of the 10s busy in Feng's hand, and you see Verbekel following up with full pot. And did Feng rip it in all in?
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Of course he did.
Yeah, it's just like 500 more. Would have liked to have seen Verbekel just check back turn here. Just, you know, try to get to showdown something, you know.
You're French or
How much did I bet?
Where do you live?
Ik denk dat je...
Are you at all surprised to see
From Aachen. So
the way the chips are flying here at this final table early on?
Well, you know, maybe we've just been watching a
how much
bunch
did I
of
bet?
nits during the World Series. We got some guys willing to put some money in, but this hand, you know,
I bet
Feng's obviously
160 and
just
I
has a
have to call.
monster.
For how much more?
He got Verbekel to go for it on the flop and go for it on the turn.
That's total.
He's
So
going to
that's
be
how much more?
92% here to double up.
270, right?
If he decides to put the rest in.
Okay, I want. It's 1.5 million?
No, it's more actually.
I thought I had hearts.
Je bent dood volgens mij.
10.
Huh? Oh, 10 heb je nog.
Hey, here is hearts. Oh my god.
Yeah.
One jack and two tens. One jack and two tens.
Jack's no good.
Yeah.
Twice?
Three times.
Three times. Three times? Three times.
Two times.
So we've got a 4.4 million chip pot on our hands here in a wildly improbable development.
What are we waiting for?
For Bagel. Needs a 10 and a 10 only. Feng's got one tied up in his hand. Not sure if any others were folded pre-flop. But the Singaporean has 92% equity here. And the river is a heart, giving him the flush as he improves in
Unbelievable.
more ways than one.
So unbelievable.
Okay. I didn't count yet.
Just
1.530.000.
Net zei die 1,34.
A brilliant start to Zhao Feng's final
By the
table
way, is my
as
chips
well.
okay?
Guys,
You know, I just
guys,
landed.
it's gonna be
I
more than
borrow it.
1.6, I guess. So you should count it again.
1.500.000. Oh.
No, he said 115.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Oh, I think it's correct. 1.6.
12,
Okay, something,
yeah.
but it's 1.6 something.
no, he said 1.5 something.
16.
So it's
What?
probably 100,000 more.
1.630 is het.
What he said? 1.630.
He said 1.530.
No, he said 1.630 dealer.
No, he said 1,430. He said.
Yeah.
1.630, right? I think
Yeah,
I think
yes.
he said it before.
Some
Thank you.
debate about exactly how
But
much
like
Feng
we need to
had
see
here.
two more rivers. He wanted
Yeah.
3 times, right?
Yeah, recount it. It looks
Two more
like
rivers. Or you okay?
a well played hand there by Feng
Oh, it's fine.
after the flop. I loved how he played that hand.
Okay.
So my conception.
I love that he had to stand up to haul that pot in.
Yeah.
Definitely wrong.
Diminutive but mighty. Zhao Feng.
Like every pot is like 2.
3 outs. 3 outs.
I mean, for
I should probably let him manage my portfolio the way things went for me this morning.
we are in calls at once.
Little bloodbath.
I thought that half, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make sense otherwise.
No, I thought that hard for sure. But
Perfect.
I thought that the space were hard.
Thank you very much.
Just for a second, I thought this was like an old school full tilt sweatshirt here.
Oh, right.
You
Yeah.
know, right? It looks like the, you see
Sure,
the T, right?
sure.
Little
The
full,
angles
full
on
tilt
the
poker.
red,
Yeah,
yeah.
right.
This one
Yeah.
is smart.
Every now and again, when you
Yes,
see
it's
someone
smart,
waltz into the
sure.
poker room with full tilt gear on, that's a diehard there.
Yeah, not sure what to
Yeah,
think,
yeah.
really.
Yeah, that's
Either
Could
they're
mean a
getting-
lot.
Either they're getting value on the money that they
Yeah, you have to look for the side.
never got back, or
yeah.
I remember
they were paid in full and they feel okay about
when
it.
Black Friday
what's
hit, like, I instantly
What-
tried
do
to
whatever
use
you
all of
want.
my players'
Fine.
points to order Titleist Pro V golf balls,
Yeah.
logo golf balls. I never got the balls, Ali. Never got them. Never got them.
Did they deduct the points from your account?
I don't know. I had like $0 in my account, so I figured I'd use all my frequent player points.
Can I see that, please? Can I see that?
I had some in stars, but not.
Which one is it?
You're not going to get a
Not
lot of
enough to
sympathy
matter.
out there, Len.
I understand.
That your golf balls didn't show up because your points got showered.
Well, I mean, they used to give away free Pro V1s, man. That's
Yeah,
a good ball, by the way. Just so you know, Ali, I know you don't care, but it's.
Well, for those keeping track, it took less than 30 minutes before Len introduced the concept of golf into this broadcast.
I can't help it. I like golf. I mean, it's the best. We got Tigers showing a video the other day. He's hitting the balls now. He's back. He's going to come back. It's going to be the best. Okay, back to
Is he on the senior tour yet?
No, but his body is.
175 to go from Verbekel, who is undeterred after having won a big pot, lost a
Verbekel
big
is
pot.
in there. He's in there.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, he's in there. This is a sign of things to continue, I think.
Round two against Feng, and look at this.
He's
Feng,
here to play.
top two pair. Checks it over to Verbekel, who just has that deuce dangler.
I expect Fang to just flat here. First, what seems to be an aggressive player, and just it's a very draw-heavy board. You have no clubs in your hand. I think calling is best. We'll see, though. You never know. You might put in a raise.
$300?
And he does just flat.
Another 600,000 slides into the middle after 300 was fired by Verbekel. Into 470. Now on the turn, the clubs come in. And this is potentially problematic for Feng.
Yeah, Verbekel could go for a little small bet here. Hope to be up against just like a one pair king 10 jack hand. No flush draw. You do have the 7 of clubs in your hand. Fang's just probably screaming in his head for it to go check check and just hope he can get to showdown with top 2. And it does.
So both players checking that turn. Now the 9 shows up. And it looks like on this occasion, Verbekel has waved the white flag. Round 2 goes to Feng. And Zhao right there with the chip leaders as the blinds creep up to 50 and 100,000 with a 100K ante.
What's up?
And there he is at the top as Verbekel and Feng have had a wonderful start. It was a roller coaster ride for Bjorn, of course, who came in with 3.7, ended up with over 7 million after sending Kabrhel into the doldrums, and then slid most of Martin's chips back over to Zhao Feng. And we've got really 5 stacks at 12 bigs or less here, Len, and the pay jumps from 8th to 7th, about, let's call it 1,700 euros. 7th to 6th, 2,400, and then 6th to 5th. We're looking at another 3,500 from there.
Tak jedem. Dej mi 2 SA.
That young man does not have the trappings of a PLO player, by the way. That's
You don't think
when
so?
I walk up to a PLO game, I usually don't see that character.
No, you see
Financial
that.
advisor. PLO is a little bit too swingy and wild, I feel like, for those measured minds. The financial advisor mind tends to like no limit, I feel like.
Maybe, depending on their threshold of investment advice, you know. Maybe he wants to put in a lot of volume, tons
Like
of
puzzle.
different
You are
opportunities,
making this
and
like
just
puzzle.
print the small
Puzzle.
percentage, you know. I don't know. There is some swings. It's sick. It really is. In PLO cash, and it can take its toll, Ollie. But
Not
you
for the
gotta-
faint of heart.
You got to embrace it. You got to love the sickness of it. That's the part of it that I like.
A masochist. Alfredo, ace queen 9-5 with clubs.
Tak jak to jsi dělal
Doesn't
výlet,
want
jo?
to open from the hijack.
No, to je dobře.
Still yet to see Beckers participate.
Vy jste dojeli teďka? Před chvíli jakoby?
folded around to the chip leader in the small blind here at the new blind level. And he will give a walk
Wow.
to Tobias Peterson.
Wow.
Perhaps lucky he did.
How do you know that?
He had the radar, man.
Huh?
He
Ah,
knew it.
you did the marking. Okay, smart move. Very smart. Okay, how did you make him to put so many chips with 3 outs? Huh?
I was just playing my hand.
You just playing your hand? Okay.
Hij probeert alles om andere mensen warm te krijgen. Hè? Echt alles wat hij zegt is zo bizar. Eng mannetje is het, joh. Echt waar.
Disagree.
I agree.
I disagree. I think it will be 6-2.
This is it?
Short stack of Kabrhel in the big blind. The Dane, Michael
6-2
Plume.
probably.
Professional poker player, 40 years of age, under the gun. He likes fishing, but he's going to keep his reel out of the water here with what
What do
looks
you
to
have
have
for
been a
breakfast
pretty
today?
ugly holding.
Something like strong, yeah?
Something with pepper.
Huh? But like a lot.
The
pepper,
Dutchman
Yeah.
right back in there, though.
Chili.
Chili peppers.
Makes it 2 and a
Or
quarter.
your train is running soon, yeah? Train back to
Yeah, it's
Hollandia.
nice hand. Ace, king, queen with suited ace. Definitely worthy of a raise.
That wasn't a bad hand for Peters, by the way. Ace, jack, jack,
Well, I
deuce
think
with
he
the
feels like
diamonds.
Kabrhel's going to maybe go with a decent amount of hands here. It's pretty short. And he's got a nice hand to go with. At least see a flop.
How much?
Queen,
25?
nine.
Peanuts. Basically peanuts.
I know.
You have anything there?
Not yet.
Kings?
No.
I put you on kings.
Okay.
But it will be showdown anyway, so it doesn't matter, yeah?
I think so.
Sure. No problem, it will be showdown anyway, so spectators will see everything.
These two are pretty chatty.
Yeah, we probably have a little history.
Big blind.
Ooh, ace, ace, 7. Wow.
Trip aces, king kicker for Verbekel. And for Kabrhel, he does have a heart draw to go with these 2 queens, Len.
Two bet. 175.
175 only.
Yes. Discount.
His check is drawn a bet of
Can be
175.
quads.
You have quads? I don't have outs against quads.
Okay, that's good. Good to hear.
Kind of a weird spot here for Martin's hand. With this stack. It's just, you don't like doing anything. You don't like putting it in. You don't like folding.
All in, 6 million.
8 all in, 2 call.
Well, Kabrhel finds himself all in here, took his chances. The 2 queens are cooked, of course, but he does have live hearts. Unfortunately for him, the side cards
425.
for Verbekel, a king and a deuce,
I paid that
are
man
not
his money.
hearts, which
Hey
means
that man, his money.
2 of those
Co to tam dáváš, jak kdyby to bylo mistrovství světa?
hearts will be no good.
Rozdej mi to a dávej. Dej mi prachy. 425, podej mi to. To je všechno moje. No podej mi to.
And the lone Czech player at this final table
Yes.
has his fate
think so.
hanging in the balance. The chip leader coming in.
Against you for sure.
%30 from here
What are
forward.
the odds? 60-60?
Huh?
How much is it?
I have no idea.
60, yeah?
I never play poker.
I trust you.
I'm just gonna sit here,
Yeah, Rem,
drink my beer, enjoy the
čas
show.
tady ty vybavovačky. Tak dávej.
If my birthday might take a beer as well.
I hope you take one.
I know. I think everybody's rooting for me.
1.45 million in the middle. The
Aye,
turn
aye,
is
aye.
a deuce, and it's iced.
Unbelievable.
Aces full of deuces.
Yeah.
Nothing Kabrhel can do from here forward.
Put Queen of Hearts there for split pot.
Save
Finally
for
you
a foul
smile.
deck.
Well played.
Martin has
It's gonna be quiet
no outs,
now.
drawing dead, right?
Yeah, but you never know. It could come Queen of Hearts.
Okay, bye guys.
Chop
An
it up.
improvement to aces full of kings as the wildly improbable departure of the chip leader coming in roughly 1 orbit's worth of play. And that is
Finally, it will
not
be a fun table.
what anybody expected
Finally,
here
it'll
at
be a
this
fun
final table.
Everybody
Kabrhel
was
will
like,
collect
you know,
5,494 euros,
everybody one shot now? One
and
shot,
most
one
of his
shot,
bucks
Yes, we can do a round of shots. Yes, I think that's good. Good.
are sitting
it's
in
time for
front
some
of
celebration.
Bjorn
I drink
Verbekel.
beers all around. Beers all around. I drink anything except beer, just and bring it fast, because like I want to drink at least one.
And I mean, the main thing is we will play way more hands now. Like way more hands.
He wasn't so slow today, but he really fucked up
If he
his,
would've-
his final table.
If we would have
I
gotten some
mean,
more chips.
I almost folded.
Yeah, but
It was
But-
close.
if he doesn't, then he has to go all in.
Huh?
Maybe you should just go all in and
Oh,
then you have to play
Denmark.
for your tournament, for your real tournament.
When? On the
At
flop.
first hand.
Huh?
At first hand. If he bluffed, you should have bluffed for his whole stack.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Now you
Talking
still
about
have
the
700 behind.
second-hand
and you have
dealt
to
there,
go for his tournament live, then
I think an all-in bet would have been a much
maybe you would have folded.
better bet than the
Yeah,
1.6. Put this guy to his whole tournament, you know. If you're gonna
But
bluff
he
it,
overplayed
Ali,
the turn in that hand.
bluff it all off.
He overplayed the turn in that hand.
Well, he's getting some post-mortem criticism from
Nah, he
the
has some bluff outs.
remaining
but still
combatants
okay.
here as our
I don't fucking care. One step closer to the bracelet. Nice table now.
under the gun hand, ace king 6-4 makes
Didn't
it
have
2
any
1/4 to
bluffers
go.
to bluff.
Deuces always.
Deuces never lose.
And he calls.
Always never lose.
He had quad deuces. They never lose.
You can
I
still
thought it
call.
was deuces, always loses.
Maybe in Denmark.
Oh man.
Maybe in Denmark.
He's playing bad against 2 cards, you know. If he sees 2 and you play only 2,
No takers
you
as
know,
the Dane
story
Huh?
declines the
tells us
ducks.
He plays bad against 2
Hey,
cards.
you know what? It wasn't even one orbit. We started over there. One orbit is off. 4 million chips.
Chip leader to shit eater, as they say.
I don't. All thanks to our friendly Dutch guy here.
Yeah.
Can you distribute some of the chips now around the table so we can all play a little bit?
Certainly like Dutch.
At least I gave someone to the Chinese or something.
He deserved it.
I'm definitely Chinese.
Definitely Chinese.
We said yesterday he's Mexican.
Mexican.
He's a nice guy.
I mean, I don't see it with the face mask. No.
It's like Robin Hood. You see. The bad guy and gets you the good guy.
5 raised. All in.
All in? Not quite.
No, you're all in. That's what he said.
I was short stack before, but
6 pass, 7 pass.
Not even
Not
a puppet.
that short.
Even a puppet.
Chatty group out there and the departure of the chip leader coming in.
Pass.
The improbability of it, rather, not lost on them.
Yeah.
Take it.
play it, ball.
Take it.
Very much the topic of conversation.
Yeah,
And the Hungarian, Richard
I'm
Toth.
attacking the soft spots.
Not sure what he had, but is open, gets through.
It knows where it's going. It's close.
Full pass. 5 pass.
Folded around to Feng, who's got bad kings.
Mexico on fire.
6 raise, 300,000.
He will open them, however. Len raising to 300,000.
7 pass.
Obviously, the chip lead does provide us some luxuries in this regard.
For sure. Yeah, you're just hoping kind of maybe you just get one caller, go heads up, and he's just going to win it.
Yeah, and you notice 2 queens hit the muck for Meister.
When you don't win a hand, it's pretty quick with the blinds, huh?
Huh?
When you don't win a hand, it goes pretty quick with the blinds.
Would you say Pot-Limit Omaha is more popular in the States or in Europe? I'm not sure whether or not you've played out there.
It's very popular in Europe. It's pretty much the game when it comes to most cash games. So it's definitely more popular in Europe, but it's leaning over here as far as popularity. Definitely seen an increase in popularity in the game over the last 6 or so years, I guess you could say. I feel like it was always kind of a staple game in some bigger games, you know, throughout tournament series or during World Series cash game.
So maybe it's an ace. I didn't.
But now you see it more in the mid-stakes levels, 5, 10, etc. There's way more of those games now than there used to be.
Maybe it's
They should buy.
That's why I keep it separate. So.
I want to know like why they mark the cut, that specific cut.
Just by picking it up. It's just the cards of that.
Maybe
There's nothing in the
Maybe it's a machine, I don't know, but it was here.
sometimes it's a machine.
It's an attractive game just because
You want to see something?
Yeah, I want to see.
man, and no limit if you're bad. I mean, I'm just gonna let you all know that you can't win.
they have like
I mean, you're just not gonna win much, like very often. You're not gonna have many wins in cash games. Like if you're an action novice player, you're not. In PLO, man, like you can do it. You can you can.
Yeah, but
Your equities run way closer in all ins, and you can splash around a little bit. And sure, you're gonna make mistakes, but you can get away with them way easier in PLO than in no limit.
More forgiving.
Yeah, it's which can vote. It can be bad for the professional player at times.
Well, it looks as though Verbekel has reclaimed the chip lead over Zhao Feng after picking up a couple of pots. Both of them sit with over 50 big blinds, and then look at that drop-off as it's really the erosion of the middle class here at this final table.
Wow.
The
5
poverty
stacks.
line starts at Richard Toth and goes all the way down to Tobias Peters. 12 to 8 bigs across 5 players. Next payout, 7,200 euros. That's not the sign for euro, that's a dollar sign. But we know what they're getting at. Glad to have you with us wherever on this blue marble you happen to be, enjoying this live stream, we hope, of the World Series of Poker Europe from Rozvadov Resort in the Czech Republic. King's Resort, rather.
Do you know how many total events they're having for this?
Total? I'm not certain.
You know, maybe
I have it.
smallish type schedule, or if they were having a decent amount.
Let's get a quick peek here.
1 pass. 2 pass.
The main event is event number 14.
Okay.
I can't imagine that they're having
Am
events
I
after
out
that,
to,
though
Yeah.
obviously at the World Series in North America there are some bracelet events that come after the main. 88 of them in total here. Significantly smaller, the European counterpart. But nevertheless, especially in this pandemic era where travel is so restricted, nice to be given an opportunity to play the game we love and work toward a bracelet and maybe some nice change in your back pocket while you're at it. which is exactly what Tobias Peters has picked up here after raising with the aces. He is the other Dutchman here. 11 bigs as it stands for Tobias.
Run.
Professional poker player by trade. Plays at the Holland Casino out in Amsterdam. You been to Holland?
No. Trying to think of the guy's name from there that was a very known pro.
Talking about the Flying Dutchman, Marcel Loos?
No, he was a PLO cash player. I played a lot with early stages of my career during the World Series, and I'm losing the name. I just can't. It was a nice guy.
And we're not talking about the avid Twitch streamer Lex Veldhuis.
No, this was an older gentleman, but he was a pro player. I want to say he could have passed away as well.
Well, it got dark now, didn't it?
I'm sorry. Man, I can see his face. I just can't come with the name.
Well, coming with a raise is Verbekel as he leans on the field. Zhao Feng, the only stack that he really needs to contend with.
I forgive you. In time, I will forgive you.
And these 12 and under big blind stacks, Len, are they just going to be looking to get it in over the top of any open?
You know, you can still call and flat 3 big blinds and make sure you flop enough to continue with. Like, depends on how premium it is, you know. Obviously, if you have a hand like, you know, an ace, king, 10, jack, or something like of that nature, double suited, you're better off going ahead and putting it in pre. Can still like defend the big blind with some, you know, playability hands, some rundowns, and just try to flop something first and then get it all in.
Huh? Dat is de eerste fout die je maakt vandaag.
Zo.
Chip leader opens again to 2 1/4.
I found who I was talking about. Rob Hollink. Yeah, that's right. Rob Hollink was his name.
Still with us or no?
From the Netherlands. Not sure.
I'm not sure.
He was
feels like
a red pro at one time on full tilt, and I enjoyed playing with him back in the day. He was a nice guy.
Was saying not sure feels like how Zhao Feng is approaching this 6-high rundown. Does elect to flat. Obviously doesn't want to lock up with Verbekel, though he has managed to get the best of him on 2 occasions already here. Heads up to the flop. The 7 was a very pretty door card for Feng's hand, and he flops a pair and an open ender.
A small wrap, yeah. I'd rather be on the top end, but you're not going to be too in love with your hand here. But
well, he's going to like it a lot more than Verbekel likes ace, queen, 10 deuce, until, of course, both players check and the king of spades rolls off. It does give Feng a flush draw to go with that little wrap and pair. But Verbekel now has a wrap of his own, and Feng checks a second time. The 2-tone board means Verbekel takes the check back and ends up rivering the nuts. Complete whiff on the end for Feng.
Let's see if Feng takes a stab. He knows he can't win if he checks, so probably pretty unlikely that Verbekel is going to wake up with a hand like queen 10 in his hand here, giving he check back the turn when he actually does have that hand.
1 million.
To raise to 1 million.
Well, Feng took his shot for 325,000 as the bluff was obviously never going to work. The nuts spoke up, and the chip leader will put some distance between himself and the second place Singaporean. Now, I've been to Amsterdam, Len.
Okay.
And as somebody who isn't really a fan of the greenery.
Yeah, it's
let
a
alone
fan there, right?
The red light district. I found myself with not a whole lot to do. I went to the park. They got this place called the Vondel Park. Saw some slackliners out there. Some people enjoying themselves.
How long did you last there?
Well, I tried to slackline. That didn't work out. I think you need a lot more core strength than I got.
You decided to participate?
No.
Oh,
no.
Okay, well.
Then there was the Van Gogh Museum.
Okay. You try to pick up some girls there or something?
No, I'm not really a museum guy.
Okay.
I was like, all right. So this one-eared dude liked to paint.
Yeah, they didn't ask you, like, what did you see in this painting?
I feel like
I don't know.
that was it, man.
That's it.
And the airport was quite a ways from the city. Had to take a little train ride in.
So you weren't a fan? Some people say it's like their favorite city they've been
I didn't
to.
get out and see like all the tulips.
Okay.
Probably should have done that.
Sounds like me. You should have smoked some greenery, and you would have fit better, fit right in.
675, 875.
That premium hand here for tough.
I'm sorry, I saw the other one.
Can't say the same for the chip leader, who was splashing with 10-6 deuce deuce.
Yes, he was.
The Dane has yet to participate as Plume
How's life on
folds
that
again.
Better?
I tell you after the hand.
How's the women?
That's a good question.
Nice 3-bet there for the Hungarian. I've also been to Hungary, to Budapest. They have these things called cave bars out there. And they're bars which aren't exactly in a cave, I guess, but
a little
like
dark.
old architecture kind of thing. I guess it's their jam. There you see the current chip counts and the distance that has been put between Verbekel and Feng. Almost 20 big blinds worth after that confrontation they had. And then again, third place, Richard Toth and his band of merry short stacks.
Yeah.
We're looking for some spins here as we've lost only one player thus far. What else do I remember about Budapest? It's like a city on two sides of the river. It's got a nice palace up on the mountain. Attractive women.
Yeah.
I think there was like bullet holes all throughout like some buildings that have never been repaired as like an homage to some sort of uprising that took place once upon a time.
You didn't want to rent a room there?
in that hotel with the holes in it? The Hotel Swiss?
Sounds like some of the places I've stayed in my life. Going to these random places to play in the depths of Indiana.
We all know you're just talking about Tunica.
Well, Mississippi, Indiana, Ohio, a little bit of Tennessee.
Limpier from Feng with Verbekel in the big blind. Proceeded with caution. Not the kind of hand he had to play. A 7-3-3 with 3 spades. And note that Verbekel also has an ace-7. His hand is 4 suits. Highly unattractive, especially on the king-jack deuce board.
And a pretty big whiff for everyone here.
Both players hit the 7 now. Doubtful there'll be any betting as turn gets checked. And
check.
Now the board pairs on the river.
Check.
7.
And we'll chop it up.
A7.
A7. All right. Chop, chop.
Chop, chop. Split.
guess this would be the time to mention that I've also been to Singapore. One of the cleaner places I've ever been.
Yeah, you just covered the whole board here. Every player almost.
I've been to every country, save for Belgium. Oh nope, haven't been to Denmark either.
I've been to none of them.
You been to Europe at least?
No, I have not. I was scheduled to go for the WSOP Europe one year when it was in Cannes. Was it? Cannes, yeah.
Okay. In France?
And then
south of France?
Backed out.
Why did you back out, Len?
To be honest, the game was just pretty good in Indiana, and it was just like I just couldn't leave it. It was just too good to. I mean, just too good.
Where are your priorities?
Well, back then it was about
cash game degenerate.
I can't help it.
I know you
We were
can.
playing 2 days a week, and it was a great game. Well, I kind of wanted to go, and I had my passport, had it all ready, and then I just didn't go. They run a PLO stream here at Kings that's on quite a bit that I've checked out a couple times. Some good games.
And yet you haven't made your way over.
Yeah, I was talking to a player that plays a lot of them, a guy named Kabrhel. Played a lot of cash with him this year during the series. I've seen some interesting hands, let's just say that, on this stream that been replayed, and quite the large games. And
what do you mean by interesting?
Well, some people gave a lot of action, let's just say that.
Well, we know this man likes to give action, but
not with that
3 jacks is never a good idea. There's the case jack and Alfredo Meester's hand, and we haven't seen the Spaniard really play any pots that I can remember. So,
yeah, I've played some cash with him sparingly when he comes to Aria a decent amount. He's on the tight side. He's solid.
King 10-4, he flops himself a gut shot straight draw up against queens and queen high clubs for Feng, who limped.
But, you know, they're all kind of handcuffed, you know. There's 5 stacks and 9 big blinds. It's, you know, it's tough to be in there. I would like to have seen Feng just go ahead and just bet this flop. I mean, not many hands that Meisters just could even have, really, to continue, seems like.
Ace of spades on the turn, and action is on Alfredo in this 350K pot.
Yeah, he may give a little stab here. He may think, well, if Feng check back the flop, he likely doesn't have a hand like Queen Jack in his hand, or even Ace King. So I like the bet here.
But of course, Feng with not only the club draw, but those 2 queens, which could be turned into blockers and maybe invoked to represent Broadway.
Yeah, he can definitely do that. It's one of those spots there where if Alfredo actually had a hand, if he actually turned a hand of decent value like Ace King, or flopped a set of 4s or 10s, Feng's raise representing Queen Jack may not work a lot of the times, because you're going to feel like, well, if he limped in and he had a Queen Jack in his hand, what hands is he limping with Queen Jack that he would be,
I had 3 jacks.
you know, checking the flop?
Jack. Yes.
And he does raise and win.
Nice stuff here from Feng, who is showing his chops
I had Jack, queen.
at this final table,
How can you guys have Jack?
dispatching the Spaniard's effort.
I have 1 jack too. Someone is lying. I don't know who.
The beer is flowing for both Alfredo Meester and Bjorn Verbekel.
You had the Jack of clubs. You had the jack of clubs then.
Oh, mistake.
You misread again.
That was really bad that I misread my hand in that first one. I thought it was hearts and diamonds. He still could fold, so. If in the hand against this set of nines.
Oh, that hand.
Michael Plume. .40-year-old professional player, 55K, his largest cash to date. Could better it by winning this event. The only payout larger than his previous high water mark. Opens to 350K, and that's a big bundle of his 750. Over to Ken Beckers in the 4 seat. Haven't seen him yet. 31-year-old salesman from Belgium says no thank you. So some blind and anti-chips. Head over to Plume. Belgium. What are they known for?
Is it?
Everybody's
Oh, I should know this, right? Belgium.
Wow.
Is it coffee?
What the fuck
Belgium
is this?
coffee? No, that's not right. What am I talking about? I'm too asleep, man. I'm trying to wake up here. Come on, Ollie. Give me a break. Don't give me that look. I see the look.
Belgian coffee?
Belgium waffle.
Okay. Okay.
Is
I
that
will
okay?
accept waffle.
You gotta give me some time. I'm not as quick as you. You gotta give me a little time to think.
Keep it in the sweet range.
No, it was a really good move. I would have done the same.
Also known
I
for.
mean, he was chip leader, so why not let the short stack in?
Waffle's the best I got, man. That's
Chocolate.
Really?
Yes.
Why would you give away chips?
Because you can get more chips afterwards.
Chocolate?
Belgian chocolate, man.
He should have just folded a small blind then.
Are you going to question me?
Keep him alive.
All I
Is that
know-
what we're going to do? You said
Right.
coffee.
All I know is Hershey's, man, for chocolate.
It's better. if you raise fold, you're just
daddy
giving
was-
away too much. There's no way.
Great
to win.
movie set in Belgium, by the way, back in the day with Colin Farrell, In Bruges. Check it out. Good one. Good flick.
In Bruges.
You're not going to watch it.
No, 0 chance. I mean, just being honest. It's like 80 to 1.
And that is not how we can describe the odds that Richard Toth will participate here off of 1.2 million with the aces and hearts. He'll flat.
How short was he? Couldn't he have just got most of it in here? I mean,
Possibly, but with all those other
I
short
know.
stacks
Yeah, I know.
looming,
It's
he
just-
is concerned. He is the largest of the short stacks
That's
after
true.
that big drop off
Yeah.
where Feng is second, Verbekel is first.
Yeah, that's true.
For blind level.
And look at Bjorn operate here. Relentless pressure. He is just binked to 5 with a pretty dusty jack high holding to open.
Yeah, and he should be betting. I mean, he just wins a lot here, but I don't think it will. Toth will call.
Turn card is a 10. Now, Verbekel can only hit a 5 to make a better hand. Over $1 million in the middle. Obviously, danger lurks when you're up against the chip leader. Verbekel's going to pump the brakes, recognizing perhaps that Richard's range here, given where he is in chips relative to the remainder of the field, and that he has chosen to lock horns with the chip leader and call the flop, is likely to have that 5 in trouble. And he has improved to kings and jacks, has Verbekel, but he's not going to love it in the face of this lead. And doesn't make a meal of things. Folding to that downsized 220K with little to no interest. I mean, was there ever any question that that man is into CrossFit?
Yeah, in good shape.
I can't do it.
Yeah, I'd last about an hour. Yeah, maybe not even that.
Blinds up to 60 and 120K, and we'll see how long these short stacks will last. As
they say it's like addicting, though. Once you get going, you don't stop it.
Endorphins and all dopamine release.
Yeah.
Just get out of here.
I get that.
Look, I know they're right.
I get all that like when I flop a big draw, you know, like.
Yeah, right.
Right?
What do I need to go? And
I don't need to get the endorphins going when I can just flop a big hand and
smelly.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
Some sort of staph infection.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Sharing equipment.
Get hurt, you hurt yourself, or your
Right.
ankle or something, man. Just relax.
When's the last time you got injured on the turn?
Yeah, right.
Doesn't happen.
Never. Sometimes you get hurt on the river, but the turn's not too bad.
Peters with aces. Opens to 420,000, and that's a real commitment considering that he's sticking over half of his remaining stack out there. And is Feng going to get curious with ace 10, 9, 4?
Oh, you can leave it there.
And the Full Tilt Pro takes it down.
That's a Hill Figure hoodie, man.
I know. Every time I see it, it just looks like one of those sweatshirts they used to hand out on the
They didn't
store,
hand them
in
out.
the store. Well,
you
they
had
handed
to
them
redeem
out
your
with your points. Yeah, you had to redeem your points.
Giving
Yeah.
you back. one big.
Did you notice the pillar underneath the table's got lighting on it too?
I see that.
Slowly,
It's a little flash.
installment plan.
It looks like a column out of
But
Atlantis.
later on, you will give me one double just to make things even. Or yesterday, yes?
No, once I give you like maybe 5 big blinds, then we're even.
I have been there.
Like 600K now, man.
I figured as much.
Atlanta, but not for poker. Not for the poker. I went for a wedding. My friend got married there.
It's a fair deal.
Yeah.
I have a funny story while I was there.
Oh, well. Anybody that knows anything about Len Ashby knows that when the man offers to tell you a story,
We were playing
you
blackjack.
accept. Mm-hmm.
You know, I didn't bring a ton of money. I mean, you can only bring, what, 10,000 is the max.
It's a lot of money to some people.
No, I'm just saying. It's not like I was going to go over there and gamble a bunch,
Right,
so
right,
whatever.
Right. Okay.
So we're playing blackjack. Me and my friend that was getting married and a couple of his other groomsmen. Next thing you know, I'm stuck a little bit, you know.
Sure.
Down a couple thousand.
Sure.
And then, of course, you get dealt the hand, you know, where you get, you know, the double versus the 6 and the split. Next thing you know, I got like 4 or 5 hands going. And I'm betting 100, 200 each hand.
Okay.
The dealer just You know, I make 19, 19, 20, whatever. Dealer just peels the 5, gives me the look, you know, 21. I just go broke in this hand. You know, just lose like every single spot.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm so steaming. And blackjack really does it to you. Like, I mean, it's one thing to lose in other forms of gambling, but there's something about blackjack that is just really gets me. And I'm so steaming, and I'm looking at them. It says, deal me out. I'm out. Told the dealer I'm out. I look at this guy. I don't even know his name. He was in the wedding. My friend's friend, you know.
The way we are right now, it's great.
I said, buddy,
I like it.
if you ever see me play another hand of blackjack for the rest of my life, whether you see it physically or have video evidence, I said, you get $100,000 total free roll. I said, if I'm broke and I don't have it, I'll borrow it. You get $100K. He looked at me like I was the craziest person he'd ever met in his life. And I said, I'll never play another hand. And I haven't. That was like 10 years ago. I have not played a hand since. I won't. It's that infuriating when you lose, man. It's too fast. Blackjack's too fast. People think PLO's sick. No. Blackjack, guys, is the sickest. It is the sickest. It's too... You just keep getting dealt in.
Do you even know this guy?
I don't know his name. He's probably just wandering around Vegas looking for me at all times.
He sent pictures out to multiple forums saying, have you seen this man
if
at
you
a
see this
blackjack
guy,
table?
you get a free 1,000 from me.
Yeah.
Because I'm getting 99. It's so sick, blackjack, man.
Ken Becker's in the hijack with the ace-5-4 deuce, has made it $420K, and that represents a big chunk of his stack. Will he find any customers? As the shorties know they need to have some spins here.
Yeah, Plum's doing some inventory here on his stack. He's got a playable hand.
Ace, queen, 10 deuce with the spades. How much is there to think about as he lays it down, Len? Is it just a function of looking out there and seeing all those other short stacks and thinking to himself he doesn't need to tussle?
Yeah, I think so.
But is that too much hand given he was in the big?
Real is for you.
I think so, yeah. There's an ante. He's got an ante in there, too. I mean, can be up against some hands that he plays well against. Just raggedy kings, you know? He's even money against. I don't know. I think I would have seen a flop.
I think, you know, it was very decent. I had quad aces in my hand. It was good, huh?
You could bluff all the flushes, huh?
Yeah. All blockers.
What?
Yeah.
Ace, king, 5-4 under
pretty
the gun.
short here, and
as soon as he hits the big blind, it's going to be 120 for the big, 120 for the ante. So
he's kind of got to go with this hand right here.
Indeed, he has potted it to 420K. Most of his stack is out there. And Verbekel could very well look this up with king, jack, jack 10, and clubs.
Yeah, he's
sure enough.
That's gamble.
Gamble has been announced, and they are on their backs in a all-in versus chip leader situation. 23rd hand of the final table.
160, 3 call, all in.
What's the book? Ace of the River.
The first jack on the flop and I don't care.
Give me a fighting chance, man.
Let's make it sweat. Like ace of no?
To the flop we go. It is 10
Like
for
a
deuce. 2 hearts.
Take a 3.
Verbekel hits a dangler. Meester, who is at risk, has the wheel draw and a 4. Jacks are still best.
That's the thing.
Well,
Oh, and the gutty rolls right in and leaves Verbekel drawing dead. So inconsequential river will be furnished, and the Spaniard is going to go ahead and double up. And then some.
It was already counted.
It's 550.
Do it again. Be counted and okay.
Bad news for him, though. A lot of those chips he just picked up are going to get sent right back into the middle in the big.
Back into the big blind in the ante. Yeah. But a welcome pot for his stack, though. That was important.
Honest, guys,
Double there for him.
I believe you, to be honest.
You're a nice guy.
I believe you. I believe you.
Yeah, but who's not? So
Who's
not?
Martin.
yeah, but
That's why he's out.
Yep.
That's why I kicked him out.
Yes.
Okay, back to 10 big blinds.
I can brief. So I should announce the cards more often when they come.
Nice hand here for Fang.
Double suited ace king jack tray. Spades and clubs. Open raise, 360K, just 3x the big. Could have gone to 420 if he wanted.
Give me one suit, I mean.
Yeah, it looks way
No
better
takers.
as one suit.
Yeah. Like this, it looks really shitty. Ace jack 10 8. But doogie.
I would kill my grandmother for that hand right now.
I mean, I just got some chips. I didn't want to against the Mexican over there.
Chinese.
Si, senor.
Huh?
I called him Chinese before. I thought it was Chinese.
How can you do that? I mean, look at him.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
You see him. There's nobody more Mexican than this guy.
No. Tequilas. Let's bring it on.
What about the shot? I'm taking a shot now.
And break.
24 minutes.
Toth makes it 400,000 with the Jack 10 9 8 rundown. Has hearts as well. Now for Verbekel with ace king queen and diamonds.
I pass. This is marked. And this is marked.
But it's the same mark?
Yeah.
They're all marked. They're all marked.
So yeah, if you all
Turn them around. It's not
leave
important.
it.
Doesn't matter. I mean, maybe it's all the cards. I mean, if it's
I don't
extra,
care anymore.
No, it's not.
So
Just
just
random.
You surprised the ace king
I'm
queen?
so tight.
Ended up in the muck there?
A little, but I feel like
I mean, we complained
toss
when he
played
was there,
pretty
the game
solid
was
and
slow.
tight.
I
I
mean,
don't know. You know,
much
it's
faster.
not a clear-cut
Yeah.
play
No.
to play the hand,
I
but
think it's pretty slow. I mean,
chose to lay it
it's
down.
slow?
Oh, not bad.
It's slow because of the dealers. They have to.
all the
yeah.
stuff, you know,
Yeah, all the stuff around. Takes more time.
I'm not saying that anybody's
Get
tanking
new
with
cards again.
Glad to have you with us as we bring you continuing coverage of the 2021 World Series of Poker Europe. Event number 2, a 550 euro Pot-Limit Omaha 8 max.
I think
Ali
that is
Najad
everybody all
alongside
in.
Len Ashby. We have lost the chip leader coming in, Martin Kabrhel, who finished in 8th after being knocked out by the man who currently sits at the top with 5.3 million plus, the Dutchman Bjorn Verbeekel. Not the only Dutchman in the field. Tobias Peters also out there, but really it has been the tale of 2 stacks in Bjorn and Zhao Feng. And then Richard Toth has sort of separated himself from the shorties.
It's like the
All
same
of
amount
whom
of chips.
Yeah.
We are not.
We need to be
we are
brave.
looking to
Yeah,
realize some
fresh.
pay jumps.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun. Even if I bust, I mean, I know that this guy doesn't win, so I'm okay with it. So funny. Denmark is attacking.
Raised to 400,000 from Michael Plume. King Queen 8-7 in the hijack, and now you see Alfredo Meester surveying the scene with Ace Jack 9-6 and spades.
What more do you want from me?
3 pass. It's okay, sir. 4 pass. 5 pass.
No takers.
I mean, for spectators, it's not really interesting, right? It's like
Well, I started
raise
telling you
fold,
about
raise fold.
Singapore,
Besides for the first 2 hands you guys played.
the
But rest
world's
was just-
cheapest 1-star Michelin restaurant is out there. Formerly
Pretty awesome.
was a
All
hawker
the
stand.
action that they get.
This dude sold street food, Hainanese chicken rice, and a Michelin Guide judge deemed it so good that he actually nominated him for a star. He ended up getting it, moved from like a little stand into a permanent location, went out, had it, busy as all get out.
It's definitely very,
Indeed,
very
the
bad
cheapest
stream that Martin got.
Michelin meal I've ever had. It couldn't have been more than
That's the-
15
some,
bucks.
Higher up.
And it was terrific.
That's true.
Hey,
Yeah.
so he moved up. He moved up stakes.
Yeah, he did.
That's nice.
First orbit.
Yeah.
I mean, you can fold that hand, and then he's big chip leader.
Yeah, I know.
Even
Conversely,
more
I
than he
ended
was
up
before.
going to a restaurant
Yeah, we were very close.
that was wildly
Yeah, but the
expensive,
pot was already
that
some
serves
was
sort of
already
a special dish
No good.
that Singaporeans enjoy called chili crab.
at that point.
And it wasn't good.
No good.
Service was bad.
Oh.
And I was like, let's go back to the chicken joint after dropping 300 on crab, which we had to crack ourselves. If I'm spending 300 on crustacean, I need it pre-cracked.
To raise 250,000.
Matter of fact, I'd like to watch someone crack it for me so I get a show and cracked crab.
930.
It's like I ordered a waffle one time at Bellagio playing late.
4 pass.
I was buried, of course, just, you know, never winning a pot. Waited 2.5 hours, Ali, for it. And you know what they brought me when I opened it up?
Again?
One single pancake. I almost tossed it like a frisbee in the sports book. I was so tilted. I mean, it's incredible. I waited 2.5 hours. I'm down a ton. Can't wait for this waffle with powdered sugar. And
Well, Alfredo Meester has been waiting for a hand like this, and aces. No suits.
No,
Will be his last stand potentially against Verbekel.
this looks like a nice waffle versus a pancake here.
Yeah. 3-2 favorite heading to the flop is the Spaniard.
Give no suit.
yeah, no suit.
No suit.
Yeah, but I can't hold it.
No, I know. I can't fold either. No, I can.
You can.
Yeah, but I don't want to fold.
No, I don't.
You don't want to.
Huh?
You can't fold that thing.
No, I don't want to fold. I don't.
How
want
honest was that?
Yeah.
I can fold, but I don't want to.
Yeah, give him a little play here. Try to knock out a player.
Oh, a queen in the window.
That's your six.
Followed by a deuce and a 6. So the aces are looking very good right now. That's about as big a disparity in equity as you can hope for.
5 of clubs.
6 deuce queen and then you're done.
5 of clubs.
Take a 6.
I think a 9 would be the best card.
It's a decent card.
Oh, Verbekel now has an open ender, courtesy of that 4.
7 outs.
The aces do pick up a gut shot of their own, but they don't need the help. They just need to avoid a 5. I'm sorry, a 3 or an 8.
Yeah, it's like Poker Stars. He's picking him.
2.2 million plus in the middle, and a jack on the end. Leaves Verbekel with 1 pair, and he'll be paying off Alfredo Meester.
980. You get a count?
Thank you.
Well, he doesn't like having the dealer count his stack much, does he?
No, he was just kind of playing there. He don't think he meant too much
Now
about
you
it.
need a double.
Nice double there for him.
Nobody's coming. Nobody on this table.
So it's 980, exactly. 4, 8.
Jumps up to third
No
in
waiters want to
chips.
go here because they're not
With
getting
only
any
19
chips.
bigs.
We have no chips to tip them with.
Pretty crazy.
Back in the game, guys. Back in the game.
Now, you know I like to travel.
Yeah.
And obviously that's evidenced by the fact that we're going through
Tobias, you're officially
all of the
invited to
nations
dinner.
represented
You're
here
one
at this
rooting
final
for me.
table.
You're welcome.
I'm talking about the countries I've been to.
You fold king?
Talked
You
about
give
my
me
trip
one
to
to
Amsterdam.
They're
Talked
all
about
folded.
Budapest a little bit. Singapore.
Really, really bad kings.
Czech
In this hand,
Republic.
king?
Oh, it's
Martin
yeah.
Kabrhel's
Kings, it's like
I mean, by
Five
aces
big
one go
blinds.
to youth also, but I mean,
country of representation.
And I'm proud of it.
Went out there to Prague.
I don't care what you think.
Had a whole day
that's the
planned.
right attitude.
Go out and explore the city. A beautiful city. Also replete with attractive women. And right when I was about to walk out of my hotel, I got an alert about one of these mistake fares that pop up from time to time where an airline will actually publish an airfare that is just grossly incorrect. And you can buy a ticket for a fraction of what it would otherwise cost.
5 raise.
I ended up
400.
booking first class, not business, mind you, from Copenhagen to San Francisco and back for like $137. The deal was so good, I must have booked 6 of them. And this was because I wanted to mileage run, get frequent flyer miles at a huge haul because you're flying first. And this is before it was tethered to how many dollars you spent, as we see the Hungarian making it 400,000 with ace queen tray. And looks like Peters is going to call 400,000 and with just 315K back. Are you surprised that he didn't re-raise?
Yeah, he could have just got all in, seen 5.
Yeah, double suited ace king 10 deuce
You
instead.
know, because there's some flops he could just get away from, 8-8-7 or something, or this flop.
Yeah.
But it's weird. Toth's hand is nothing. 2 backdoor flush draws. See what he decides to do.
Note that the threes are good here.
Yeah, I mean, Peters is so short. He has one of the few hands that he would just not be putting the rest in if it was bet.
And Shakila, he said.
Oh,
Both players check.
I don't know if he was kidding.
Turn now gives Toth the nut flush draw to go with what is the best hand. Peters, of course, hates what he's staring at. Checks a second time. Toth does the same.
Oh, the weight is different here.
Oh, and on the river, he makes a set of threes
Come back in 2 minutes.
to perhaps leave him feeling a little bit better about things.
Oh, but now we didn't order. Yeah, I said come back in 5 minutes because then you are here. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. No, I thought you ordered in.
No, no.
Then I thought 5 seconds. Thanks.
Well, Peters ends up avoiding elimination by not moving all in. We assume that Toth would have made the call for another 315K. And I return to the story where I have now spent a majority of my day at a computer in the business center at my hotel in Prague, booking flights for peanuts. Come to find out,
Tweets would win anyways.
roughly a week later, that the airline decided we're not going to honor those tickets. And the reason being that it was the currency conversion third-party company, because I had to set my region as Denmark to get these flights at this fare, that had botched the dollar to Danish kroner conversion.
You were like
and
past
that's how I was
posting
getting
the flights. You were like past posting the flights.
A little bit.
Like the Yankees were in the third inning and you were able to bet the game.
I was
kind of right. You were trying
listen.
to. It's okay.
I was in bounds.
Happens. Yeah, you were entitled to go for it. Just don't be disappointed when they catch it. You know?
I was disappointed because it was my day in Prague and I torched it.
Yeah. You spent it in the business center.
Brutal. $400,000 to go, says Zhao Feng. Second in chips from the button. Ace-9, 8-6, double. Plenty of kit. And Plume wakes up with aces, obviously. He will get it all in, and his patience perhaps going to be rewarded here. Plenty of pride behind the showdown from the Dane.
Okay.
I like my 7 of diamonds.
Oh, yeah.
Right now. Very powerful.
That's a powerful card, yes.
I don't even have a jacket to put on. Damn it. I don't have a jacket to put on. The curse.
So you act like that
the
he lost
jacket
and he's
trick,
leaving.
you don't know?
Oh, yeah.
So you
Stand
know,
up, you put on your jacket, then
like
you win 100%.
jinxing.
Well, it looks like the old superstitions from this side of the pond have made their way over.
I don't think
As
we have
Plume
a
is saying,
Denmark and Mexico.
you can't grab a jacket or a book bag or something to make it seem like a little bit of reverse luck. And
what a window.
8 of hearts followed by a 10 and a 5. This flop is very much a Zhao Feng affair.
He's going to have to fade a lot here.
Gut shot, straight draw, a pair, a heart draw, all in play for Feng.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't see the first draw. Okay, that's 2 pair, I guess.
Now it's 8s and 6s. So Plume is left pulling at a 10, a 5, or an ace that isn't hearts.
10 ace.
Not hard.
No hearts.
No hard.
I know.
Can he do it?
The 10
2
can't be a
million in the
heart.
middle.
2 tens, 2 fives, 1 ace.
And the river does pair the board, but it is the 6, which fills up Zhao Feng and leaves us with our second casualty of the afternoon. Michael Plume out in 7th place. He will collect 7,200 euros for the effort.
As well, Thank you very much.
Can I have a Corona?
Now I have 2 buttons.
Well, the Danes are internationally renowned for being the happiest people on earth, but my guess is this is at the low end of happiness for Mr. Plume.
Well, he had a nice little run here. 7th place, obviously, probably want better, but no doubt, not a bad little finish here.
In Belgium, blanche? Yeah, I know blanche, yeah.
But just declining this hand.
No, it's too,
Maybe I gotta walk.
maybe I will steal.
Free pass. The last two positions were 6-7 or 7-8. 4 pass, 5 pass.
And then there were 6 in the cutoff. Zhao Feng having just eliminated
7 call, 120.
Mr. Plume.
8 pass.
Decides to limp here with ace 8, 7, 6. Possibly a function of knowing that the other big stack out there is in the big. And a pretty sticky big blind in Verbekel. He likes to play pots, and he likes the look of a set of jacks on an ace-queen-jack board. 2 hearts out there. He is going to check, see what Feng wants to do. Obviously with no Broadway draw and no hearts in his hand. Feng may not love the look of that board, so he does check back. River card gives him aces and 6s, and now we could have a problem.
Yeah, Verbekel may throw something in there, maybe half pot size. And Feng may be coming along here with aces up. We'll have to wait and see.
250K into the 360.
You don't love your spot here with aces up. It's not beating a ton. That is enough hand to call and get to the river with, though, I think.
7 call, 250.
Obviously something deuce through 5 would be ideal in Feng's mind that isn't a heart. And that's exactly what he gets in the 3 of spades, and you wonder whether or not Verbekel's going to get paid off if he barrels again at the right size.
To bet 410. 410,000.
This is a pure bluff catcher here with Feng's hand. Highly unlikely Verbekel's betting a hand like Queen Jack, Queen 6, Ace 3. So I think he gets away from this. He does block nothing as far as draws that Verbekel could have had that missed. And he is going to call. See the bad news.
Price was right. That 410K milks Zhao Feng. And the two big stacks colliding.
Cheers.
Nothing too bloody.
We got the drinks flowing here, Ali.
Indeed.
Oh, very good.
Seems a little awkward given it's 11 a.m. where we are, but
no, it's beer o'clock
Beer
wherever
o'clock.
they are.
So the button stays small and big. Put it on the side.
Huh?
Okay, put it on the side.
Yeah, yeah. I was.
Pushing cards. Four, pass.
Nines and a rundown with 3 hearts for Richard Toth. And looks like he's thinking about it here, Len. Shoots it up.
yeah, he's in there. That's a playable hand.
265.
And this is a more playable hand.
Aces and deuces with clubs. And this is a bad development for Toth, who has chipped up a little bit, given himself some breathing room. He did come into the match with 945K, the second shortest of all stacks. The shorty coming in, Tobias Peters, still hanging around.
Seven, raise 1 million.
Getting some nice hands here.
3-bet to 1 million smooth from Feng. And Peters on the button. Can't possibly be thinking about it. King 10, 6, 6. In the face of an open and a 3-bet, Len?
No. Just going to pass, I believe. He is the button correct. So he's still going to get a couple 3 more hands.
And that's exactly what's on his mind, but he might be wondering whether or not he wants to spin the wheel.
Yeah, and get an extra dead 265 in if Toth folds, but I think he's going to wait for the next couple hands. Just not, yeah.
15-minute break. 1 pass, 2.
Can we have the phones now? Yeah, okay.
And this was not what Toth had in mind when he opened with this particular hand, which is not at all attractive when it gets 3-bet.
I want to see the flop.
You want to see it?
Can we see the
So
flop?
a nice punctuation point to the level for Zhao Feng, who, along with Bjorn Verbekel, has done very well for himself here at this final table, where 8 became 6. And as we head to the break, we take a look at the chip counts. It is Feng and Verbekel who run 1-2 neck and neck, a drop off until we find Richard Toth and Alfredo Vega Meister. 13 bigs apiece. And for Ken Beckers and Tobias Peters, the bell tolls as when we return, the blinds will be going up. Keep it close. Still more action to come from the €550 event number 2 here at the World Series of Poker Europe at Kings Resort. Len and I will be back.
See if he goes for it. What a first hand. Second hand, I guess.
Yeah, but the first flop.
Yeah. And
neither player has full pot here, but For Kabrhel, it would be a disaster if he were to get called. He would have virtually nothing left, presuming that he would be willing to go all in with this $2.5 million, of course.
If he bets, he has to go for all of it.
Gears are turning. Would it have not made any sense for Verbekel to maybe put out a smallish blocker bet?
I think checking's best. I think Kabrhel has a hand that he just goes for it, or he makes it, and you can just make that decision. He's not going to. If Verbekel makes a smallish bet, I think Kabrhel's less likely to, raise him all in. He's just more likely to just bluff jam the river.
Note that he grabbed the big chips up front, pulled them aside, counted them down, pushed them back toward his stack. All the kind of stuff that you'll see a lot of slick live players do in an effort to maybe get any little glimpse or insight into how their opponent is feeling about their holding or the prospect of being up against a big bet.
Yeah, I mean, saw Chance scoring through that in the main event coverage and got a little flack from it. And I mean, it's live poker. I can see how people saw it as a little move to try to maybe entice his opponent to see if he was going to call, but I thought it was fair play. And he is.
Including this.
Go for, what is the size there?
Stand by.
1.6.
And Kabrhel has just jacks here. This is an absolute bluff.
Gotta like the heart here. I mean, it's pretty much the first hand of the tournament, final table, and putting Verbekel in a tough spot. I mean, 7-9 makes a lot of sense. And it's just like Bear 7-9-10, no flush draw, the flops a wrap, he limped in. So the top range cards kind of are less likely, like a hand like Ace King 10 Jack that I think Kabrhel would have raised with. So it's unlikely he's turning like Ace King into a bluff kind of, or thinking it could be up against the same hand.
How relevant are all these cards that Verbekel have to his ability to maybe sniff this bluff out? Because a lot of them are the sort that would coordinate with a 7 that might limp in.
Yeah, so having 2 6s, having a 7-9 in your hand, you'd like to be connected with the 7-9,
right,
with a 6-8, etc. So that for sure matters. See if he sniffs it out. It's
as played, it doesn't feel like he's up against a bigger set. So really, the question becomes, did he make the straight or not?
Yeah,
that's about it.
Almost never has 3 kings, 3 8s. So it's pretty much a straight or it's a bluff.
What a huge moment this is here at this final table on the very first flop. Kabrhel gets caught and is left with sub 1 million in chips. Down near the shortest of stacks.
Blanks in the deck that can come off that you're just going to double up if he continues. Verbekel does turn a gut shot here.
Yeah, suddenly he's drawing a little liver than he was before.
Look, I mean, now Jack's no good. And he's got king out hearts, too. He's got a huge hand. And man, he is going for it.
Well, he did go from 2 outs to 4 outs. Of course, one of the 10s busy in Feng's hand. And you see Verbekel following up with full pot. And did Feng rip it in all in?
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Of course he did.
Yeah, it's just like 500 more. Would have liked to have seen Verbekel just check back turn here and just, you know, try to get the showdown something, you know.
How much did I bet?
Are you at all surprised to see the way the chips are flying here at this final table early on?
Maybe we've just been watching a bunch of nits during the World Series. We've got some guys willing to put some money, but this hand, you know, Feng's obviously just has a monster. He got Verbekel to go for it on the flop and go for it on the turn.
That's total.
He's going to be 92% here to double up.
270, right?
If he decides to put the rest in.
Okay, I want. It's 1.5 million.
No, it's more actually.
Dat had hard.
Je bent dood volgens mij.
10.
Huh? Oh, 10 heb je nog.
Jack's no good.
Yeah.
Twice?
3 times.
3 times. 3 times? 3 times.
So we've got a 4.4 million chip pot on our hands here and a wildly improbable development.
What are we waiting for?
Verbekel needs a 10 and a 10 only. Feng's got one tied up in his hand. Not sure if any others were folded pre-flop. But the Singaporean has 92% equity here. And the river is a heart, giving him the flush as he improves more ways than one.
So unbelievable.
Okay. Didn't count yet.
Dus 1.530.000.
Net zei die 1.430.
A brilliant start to Zhao Feng's final
By the
table
way, it's my
as
chips,
well.
okay? You know, I just landed.
It's gonna be more than 1.6, huh?
But like a lot.
The Dutchman right back in there though.
Chili
peppers.
Makes it 2 1/4.
Your train is running soon, yeah?
Yeah, that's nice hand. Ace, king, queen with suited ace. Definitely worthy of a raise.
That wasn't a bad hand for Peters, by the way. Ace, jack,
Well,
deuce
I think
with
he
the
feels like
diamonds.
Kabrhel's going to maybe go with a decent amount of hands here. It's pretty short. And he's got a nice hand to go with. At least the flop.
How much?
Queen,
25?
nine.
Peanuts. Basically peanuts.
I know.
You have anything there?
Not yet.
Kings?
No.
I put you on the kings.
Okay.
But it will be showdown anyway, so it doesn't matter, yeah?
I think so.
Sure. No problem, it will be showdown anyway, so spectators will see everything.
These two are pretty chatty.
Yeah, we probably have a little history.
Headline.
Ace, ace, 7. Wow.
Trip aces, king kicker for Verbekel, and for Kabrhel, he does have a heart draw to go with these two queens, Len.
Yes. Discount.
His check is drawn a bet of 175.
Can be quad.
You have quads? I don't have outs against quads.
Okay, that's good. Good to hear.
Kind of a weird spot here for Martin's hand. with this stack. It's just, you don't like doing anything. You don't like putting it in. You don't like folding.
All in, 6 million.
8 all in, 2 call.
Kabrhel finds himself all in here, took his chances. The 2 queens are cooked, of course, but he does have live hearts. Unfortunately for him, the side cards for Verbekel, a king and a deuce, are not hearts, which means
Man, he's money.
2 of those hearts will be no good. The lone Czech player at this final table has his fate hanging in the balance. The chip leader coming in.
For sure.
30% from here forward.
60-60?
Huh?
How much is it?
I have no idea.
60, yeah?
I never play poker.
I trust you.
I'm just gonna sit here,
Ren.
drink my beer, enjoy the show.
Tak dávej.
If I bust, I might take a beer as well.
I hope you say so.
I know. I think everybody's rooting for me.
1.45 million in the middle. The turn is a deuce, and it's ice. Aces full of deuces. Nothing Kabrhel can do from here forward. Save for a foul deck.
No play.
It's
gonna be quiet
no outs.
now.
Drawing dead, right?
Yeah, but you never know. It could come Queen of Hearts. Chop it
An
up.
improvement to aces full of kings as the wildly improbable departure of the chip leader coming in roughly 1 orbit's worth of play. That is not what anybody expected here at this final table. Okay.
Is
I
that
will
okay?
accept waffle.
You gotta give me some time. I'm not as quick as you. You gotta give me a little time to think.
Keep it in the sweet range.
No, it was a really good move. I would have done the same.
Also known
I mean,
for
he was chip leader, so why not let the short stack in?
Waffle's the best I got, man.
chocolate.
Really?
Yes.
True. Why would you give away chips?
Because you can get more chips afterwards.
Chocolate?
Belgian chocolate, man. Are you going to question me?
Keep them alive.
All I
Is
know,
that what we're going to do? You said coffee.
all I know is Hershey's, man, for chocolate.
If you raise all, you're giving away too much. There's no way.
Great movie set in Belgium, by the way, back in the day with Colin Farrell, In Bruges. Check it out. Good one. Good flick. You're not going to watch it.
No, zero chance. I mean, it's just being honest. It's like 80 to 1.
And there's a look at King's Resort in Rozvadov here in the Czech Republic, where the World Series of Poker Europe 2021 carries on. Event number 2, €550 buy-in, 8 max PLO, where we have lost 2 players. 6 still remain. 2 big stacks, 2 middle stacks, and 2 short stacks, effectively. Next payout, almost €10,000, 96.15 to be exact. That leaderboard brought to you by GG Poker. Ali Najad alongside Len Ashby, who has never been to Europe.
No.
We are broadcasting stateside.
I mean,
think,
I'd like to
Tobias has the
go.
most experience.
Yeah.
You
I'll
stayed
go.
in Indiana.
No, well,
Maybe.
Kentucky, but I
In
stayed
live,
to play
tournaments for sure.
poker in
Yeah,
Indiana
100%.
instead of go to
You
the
play a top, right?
WSOP
I
Europe
don't
one
have
year.
bracelet yet.
Excuse me.
Yeah, but you won a lot of other stuff.
Yeah.
I certain moment I had 1,000 left end of day 1.
Oh, it's 320.
Yeah, it's no joke.
Blinds now.
The
80,
ball, we
160.
entered on the last minute. You
So
see,
the stacks not quite as deep as they
especially in
once
Omaha,
were.
It's so easy to grind back up.
5 million.
Kind of a weird spot
How
here
much
for
make it?
Meister with kings here in the small blind. Given,
320?
I mean, there's 2 stacks of 2 big blinds and 4 big blinds.
This stage you should fold aces, ICM. Just telling you.
And
Oh,
he's,
yeah.
he's bringing it right up.
That's what I'm
Dibs.
thinking about.
It's-
That's what I'm thinking about.
It is a
My
weird
friend told
spot.
me I have to play ICM and I have no clue what that means.
Yeah.
You don't play ICM.
He's a cash game player, not a tournament player. Right?
Of course. Is it so obvious?
No, because I know you for a long time. So.
Okay, guys, I play ICM now.
Wow.
I play ICM.
Into the muck go the kings, and
Wow.
exactly what you pointed out, Len.
This is awesome hands.
Yeah, pretty sure it's a fold or
I
a,
love PLO.
a 3-bet full pot.
Check
Like,
it
out.
calling
I
is
didn't check.
the worst thing you can do with the hand.
I didn't check. But,
Makes sense.
Peters, by the way,
Yeah,
just
pretty
has
cool.
vapors, but
I would have called
all
anyway.
clubs,
You have enough
queen
long
jack,
behind,
3
so
deuce, I believe it was, not enough.
Without-
Really bad start.
you don't have, you still have enough stack left in comparison with us, so it doesn't matter.
I was thinking raising, so now
Yeah, you,
I take some money from him.
just
because
calling.
he's raising a lot of stuff.
Just calling is the best.
Yeah?
Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
I believe you.
Because if you raise, I will call everything.
You will?
Yes. Because I can put pressure on you.
Yeah. Man, I'm so bad at tournaments. Seriously. But I'm still gonna win it.
I can dunk bet every flop if not an ace. It's very hard for you to call because 2 short stacks. I will teach you.
And in the meantime, it cost me some chips
Yeah.
in teaching, huh?
That's good.
That's normal. Teaching costs money. The table is so much more friendly now. Like, without this guy.
I'm so happy he buzzed.
It's incredible.
So happy he buzzed.
Probably everyone.
Everybody was happy.
Happy you busts.
I think Tobias the most because he was sitting next to him.
He was.
I was just listening to music yesterday.
Yeah, I know.
I just don't talk to him. And I like talking, so for me it's a big adjustment.
I tell you, the biggest tournament blunder I ever made, I tell you after the hand, it's like so sick.
Note Verbakel folds the
Venetian
2
deep
kings
stack
after
tournament,
Feng
last time in Vegas.
open raised.
I'm in the final table. One super big stack. I'm second in chips.
Why would he do
And
that,
all the
Len?
others are short, and one guy is
He's
not
not
even
worried
on the
about
table,
busting
just a
before the
second player.
shorties.
And I like the second hand. I play like an
Thanks.
all-in pot with a guy who's a
Playing
big stack
pretty
and I'm
solid,
out.
you know.
There's even one guy
There's-
is not in the table. I mean, that is so crazy.
Just kind of waiting these guys out that have 2 and 4 big blinds, I think, maybe.
Be out very soon as well. I had like 6
Verbakel's fine being the aggressor, I guess, and,
Sometimes you
you
have
know,
to
being
get
the
it in.
opener, but
Shit happens.
playing a big pot versus another guy with a lot of chips seems
I would fold against everybody except
incorrect.
Yeah.
But he knows that also. That's why. I mean, he knows that.
Yeah,
People
because-
call more against him because he's so annoying. I mean, he knows it 100%. He's a good tournament player. I mean, he's not a nice guy, but he's a good.
Feng does end up
but he's a good
taking it
tournament
down
player.
there.
He knows what he's doing.
He knows how to annoy people, so.
Yeah, of course. And he knows how to take advantage of that. I mean. But I had a strategy prepared for him today, but I couldn't run it out. We discussed the strategy today, but then he was gone so fast.
Yeah, you're gonna do it, right?
Peters, just 255K. It's all going to end up out there in the big blind and the ante. He does need to make a move at some point, and now's the time, he decides.
You don't have to call. You can also fold.
Oh, you don't want
Not
it?
his
telling me.
favorite hand, but
It's
he'll take it.
I have to call any 4.
I would be happy with that option.
What exactly has Richard Toth found in the small
You
blind
have
that's
to
got
call
him
320,
interested?
right?
255, right?
We don't know
But
just
doesn't he
yet.
have to call 320?
Obviously, the
Sir?
presence of
only
Zhao
less
Feng
on the small
behind him
blind,
is
less on the big blind.
of
Yeah.
concern. So
You
he'll
sure?
flat.
Yes.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yes.
I can give you advice if you want.
Peters suggesting that he is going to advise Feng, and
I'll do it for
I
you.
doubt that he
You
would
do
have
your
told
part
him
and,
to pot it,
I'm already
which
happy
is
with
exactly
it.
what he's done, and then that sheds
I help you triple up.
Toth's
Now it
hand.
becomes a triple up.
So the dead money in there, and as Feng pointed out, instead of a double, it will be a triple in the event that Peters is able to fend off the elimination here against ace, queen, 10 tray double suited.
Just numbers.
Good luck,
If 10 is
Toby.
coming, it's okay. But no pictures, just
Good
numbers.
luck.
10 is also a number.
Rooting.
Hey, 10 is also a number.
Yeah, 10 is okay, I say, because then I have some straight up.
Yeah, okay, okay.
But just no pictures, that's okay.
And 3-3.
Oh, it's Badoogie.
Or 2-4-5.
Let's make
Medium numbers.
6-8 deuce. That's a nice flop. 6-8 deuce. What do you think? Good flop?
Give me like black one. Black 6 at use.
Okay.
That's
To the flop we go.
Ooh.
Queen 7
not good.
tray,
No.
and things are
But I have a
not
7
looking
and
good for Tobias
Put a 9
Peters.
out there.
4-1 dog from this
6
point
and 10
forward.
also good for you.
6
Let's go for you.
I like a 6.
9 for the sweat.
6, 7, 8.
I'm rooting for you.
750K pot.
Giving you the good karma back.
A mere flesh
no,
wound if Feng does not hold,
No,
but
you
for
only have,
Peters,
4
it is his
outside.
tournament life at risk.
Oh,
The river
that's a good
Nice.
is a 7.
Coming back.
one of the 4.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Wow,
I have
wow,
260.
260?
So the Dutchman
We round up to 260.
Folded pocket 8?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
manages to get lucky there.
Wow, Toby, yeah, 2 outs.
What?
You folded 2 8s.
I don't know his cards. I know 4 out. We can check the whole cards.
265?
Now you're under pressure again. So you owe me a double up, but it's not a big double up.
Now you owe me
But I'm
because
happy.
you got extra from this end. I have.
But I won against you also, right? I won against you also.
Probably. I blocked a lot of rounds.
Pretty
Oh,
sweet
the
spot
big
there.
stack, man. Oh, la, la.
Yeah, it's
But I
a
have to give 320 away, right?
triple up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you see Peters immediately recognizing that half of it has got to get stuck back out there.
No, yeah, still short, but
By the
better
way, the
than out.
interest is
Right.
10% every orbit.
No problem. No.
Overall? Alright.
If I make one extra pay jump, it's okay. Nothing against you, huh?
Of course. Makes sense.
Yes, 500.
4.
Yes.
It's 4.
One more double up, I would be really, really happy.
500,
And then you're back in the game.
Yeah.
2 please. Back.
Then I'm
Oh,
14
sorry,
chips,
yes.
one more double up.
Verbekel under the gun. Makes it 400.
No, you don't even have to look at the cards.
No. But this one was really horrible anyway.
But you don't also have to rub it in. I mean, it's
No, but
good karma, bad karma coming back. Ask the Mexican, he knows.
Yeah, dude.
I'm just honest. So
I know. It's coming.
if he doubles up, the pressure is on me again. So that's how ICM works, you know.
I'm really understanding a lot here.
Apologies for some technical difficulties there. Len and I are back, however.
Zo.
So you got fans
Dubbel
everywhere.
en er wordt niet geklapt of zo? Ah, jongen.
4 pass, 5 pass.
And no cheering for the guy. He's good enough. No cheering.
Yeah.
It's unfair.
Oh, you shouldn't look. You fold anything you say.
Yes, but I'm just interested.
Oh, okay, just interesting what you have.
Nice, nice, nice. Ace, king, queen. The last one is a horrible 8. But it's double suited, it's okay.
Oh, I would have called anyways.
Yeah.
You have 2
And
hands.
the benefit of being the chip leader in the big blind, getting a walk with the ICM implications that exist at present
Pressure. Pressure.
Pressure.
Now we
for
will
the
see if he's
shorties.
a good dealer.
Little
Belgium,
modest
right?
pay jump, 17.
You're from Belgium, right?
Yeah.
Half of the table is Mexican.
What the? Yeah.
Go against Belgium.
The pay jump actually 3,500 euros between 6th and 5th.
Is this the one?
This is the one.
And at long last, we
the
find
moment.
Ken Beckers willing to draw a line in the sand. The Belgian with ace, queen, or sorry, king 9, 6, 5,
230.
230?
230.
deciding that is better than 4 random cards
Yeah.
under the gun.
Too expensive, 230.
The 5 points makes a big difference.
Yeah, I know.
235, sir.
Just because I'm interested, you know.
7 pawn, 8 pass.
I understand.
But if you double up, I'm happy for you too.
Can make a tight fold here.
I'm not happy for myself, but I will be happy for you.
I mean, TV table is fun, kind of.
Feng has already called the 235 with king, queen, jack 9, and hearts, and now
Oh, yeah.
Verbekel comes along.
230, right? 230.
Actually, it's not fair. It's 12 cards against 4. Huh?
3 pawn.
Discount.
Not more than double up.
Yes, but you have to beat 12 cards.
Yeah, but I will do some.
Meister closes the action.
Like a hand on some of these apps.
12 cards is a lot.
But I like this game.
1 versus 3.
I believe in it.
4 players, 1 in the ring, 1 showdown.
9, 6, 4
Wow.
rainbow, and Beckers has 9s and 6s here.
He still has to fade a ton, man.
Yeah, you see
Jack, queen,
Meister
3, 8. He
with
fades
the
his
open
turn.
ender. Ace now on the turn.
He's got to fade a diamond.
Nobody has
too.
the diamond draw?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, he fades it. He's gonna quadruple up here. Wow.
Nobody had the flush draw, though.
Yeah, I thought somebody had diamonds. Fang had no. The Fang had 3 hearts. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Thinking
And the
looked like
deuce
diamonds.
on the river is clean. Somehow, some way, improbably as it is,
I have 9
Ken Beckers rolls over 9s and 6s, and they're going to be good for 1.1 million.
You win?
Wow, it's insane.
I'm not happy for myself, but I'm happy for you.
Yeah.
Up and down. You have the flush draw. No, you don't have a flush draw.
I have nothing.
You know the
You
pressure.
see, I beat 12. I like this game. That's why I like. That's why I play PLO.
Nobody had diamonds.
That's why I play
One
PLO.
diamond, just one. Here.
It's still difficult, but
One, only
Yeah,
one.
I only one as well, yeah.
No, it's just.
Now I have to go again.
And this hand wins, huh? Insane. That's a,
I-
that's a really good spot.
First big blind.
Now it's only 1/3 of a stack.
Wow, this is like miracle. This my hand was bad. Flop was like okay, then the ace. Ah.
Yeah, ace is not as good.
Wow.
But I think it will be a game that all the shorties will keep on doubling. So, and in the end, one of the shorties will win the tournament. It's my prediction.
Like next objective is to beat the Dutch guys. Although I like them. Especially you since you busted the other guy. This is a miracle.
Against 12 cards, it's really a miracle. Wow.
I made 2 auto yesterday as well. So.
You tried for me, I know.
I tried. I tried super hard, by the way.
King Jack 10-5 into the muck.
But since nobody was betting the river, I gave you more chance.
Feng will sit this one out, and Peters has just 2 big blinds. Might he think that a suited ace is good enough to go with?
Side pot I would have bet, but. All in.
No, it's.
No, I said all in, maximum.
I'm just gonna check for the fun of it.
Yeah, it's just an auto raise here from Kabrhel, given the circumstances.
How much you pay?
You can count yourself.
Obviously, nobody is trying to be eliminated before Tobias Peters' fate comes into focus. And Kabrhel able to exploit that reality, and he's doing so openly. It's the kind of thing that even if you know exactly what your man's doing, you're sort of powerless to do anything to stop him. And it would be wrong to try.
Correct. Yeah, it's a helpless feeling sometimes, whether you're on the money bubble and someone is just raising every pot, and you just have to watch it.
Yep.
It's a great feeling when you're in that spot, though.
Yeah, when you're the one doing the raising instead of having the cuffs put on you. Very different proposition.
I've been impressed with Fang's play. Says he's a financial advisor. Maybe we gotta shoot him some cash, man. Make us some money. What do you think, Ollie?
I'm in.
I mean, you're in, right?
Unless this is all money of his clients that he bought in with.
Yeah, right.
Peters has elected to move all in with the King Jack 10-7 double suited. Can't blame him, and
Toth got a hand here.
yeah, he's got 2 pair, 10s and 9s, but no suits.
Oh, that's a decent hand.
One of his
Good for you,
10s
Toby.
It's almost
tied up.
It's just a flip.
Oh, wow.
Toby's hand.
Happy, Toby.
2 suits. 2 suits.
Koning, boer, 10, 7 dubbel.
Oh yeah, this is like wow.
Just a king. Nothing special.
King 9.
King 9.
And a queen.
You already have 2 9.
So 940K pot means the whole world to Toby Peters.
Or deuce,
King.
deuce.
To the flop we go.
The blind level's longer because of the.
Deuce,
You're
4,
right about it.
5.
Takes
Things
long
not
every
looking
time.
good.
Yeah.
Just need to bear it.
At least a heart. Doesn't matter what. So when it's a heart, I know it's not a 10 or a 9, so it's good.
Yeah, this takes a long time. Because, yeah.
You don't want too many outs. Like,
King or a jack would work, of course.
Oh, you're looking on
Instead,
screen.
it's a 6, and
Ah,
now
more
it
easy,
is 6 outs one
on the river.
time
now pair it. Just pair it.
for Toby Peters. Ken Beckers was able to quadruple up a short time ago. Peters is saying, why not me? And the river card is paint, but the only card that doesn't pair Peters out of the art gallery. And
Good luck.
the wait is over.
Yeah.
We have our 6th place finisher. Tobias Peters picking up 9,600 and change in euros. And the beneficiary, Richard Toth,
I would have tripled. 3, 4, 6, 7.
looking to loosen his collar.
3, 4, 5, 7.
3, 4, 6, 7.
Close.
And then there were 5. The next payout, 13,078 euros.
What's going on?
Can't win every round.
With these blinds,
What about
eye-wateringly high
round of drinks?
for the short stack of Ken Beckers. We may be in for more of the same as stacks with breathing room look to wait him out. Beckers on the button, getting after it. No suits, ace, king, 9, 7.
All. 560.
Five, 6.
Like 150-ish. 140.
Queen 10, 8, 6. Is there really much of a decision for Feng?
I think he'll choose to play. It may be kind of close, but I'm pretty sure he's not folding.
Yeah, he does make the call. Obviously doesn't love his hand, but the value of being able to eliminate Beckers, too tempting.
Decent enough. If he folds, I have to.
And these two share no cards.
This is a good
You have
situation.
exactly each other's cards.
Yeah.
You need his and you need his.
No.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
He already took me, so.
I like Mexicans.
1.64 million
at
in
one
there.
point, we have to stop rooting for the Mexican. I mean, he's a nice guy, but at one point, everybody's for himself, right?
Yeah, every man for himself. I understand.
The Mexican?
Yeah, they were just playing around. A little joke, I think. We're not going to cancel him quite yet, Ali.
Yeah, this takes like forever.
You can do it.
What a tremendous outcome this would be for Beckers if he manages.
Oh, wow.
Jack 9, Feng with the wrap and the diamond draw. Beckers with jacks and 9s.
I mean, you block 7 and you block king.
I am
No
behind.
king.
You block 7 and you block king.
No king.
And you block the diamond.
Hey.
You win.
Wow, that was the
You
turn.
can still make a straight. You can still make a flush also.
It's pretty much
Yeah.
the same.
Flush also. Yeah.
Well, trip jacks and ace king.
Yeah.
What's that?
Jack again.
No, Jack is
Currently has the lead.
Deuce of what?
Yeah, spades.
You gotta be precise.
But Feng can make the flush or the
wow.
straight. Here comes the river.
Wow.
It's a 9, so ace king does hold.
What a fade.
Man, how did I
What
do
a
that?
spin up.
I lose everything.
Be seated.
That's
And all that patience
I
that
think you might ship this one after this end.
Beckers exhibited
700.
in spots where it seemed
700.
like he could so naturally have just gone
Okay.
with it, is being rewarded here.
560, 140.
Yeah, 777.
Okay, back to 10 big blinds.
Here's a quick peek at the chip counts. 5 players remaining, and Ken Beckers still with just 10 bigs after a quadruple up and that spin right there, neck and neck with Alfredo Vega Meister. Chip lead belonging to Verbekel. Zhao Feng took a little bit of a hit, leaving a gap between the two of them.
I had aces first hand when you played against Martin. I had aces.
Ali Najad alongside Len Ashby. Happy to have you with us for continuing coverage of event number 2 here at the World Series of Poker Europe. 550 euro 8 max PLO. We have lost 3 of our original 8.
All my hands as well.
Thought we were going to lose Ken Beckers there, but not to be, Len.
Yeah, he was up against it after the flop from Fang. Flopped a monster draw, but faded it, and now he's back in it.
Two, pass. 3 pass. 4 pass. 5 pass. 3, 4, 5.
Folded around to Feng in the small blind, and it's kind of an interesting situation for him given that Verbekel is now directly on his left.
Yeah, for sure.
Only man that's got him out chipped.
Yeah, like a hand right there. I mean, get limp in maybe. See a flop, but if Verbekel checks back, but elects to fold.
I think he deems getting into encounters with Verbekel right now a little bit unnecessary and reckless given the state of affairs for Meister with the 9 bigs and Beckers.
Meister's in the big blind this hand right now, so
No.
might feel
Bière.
committed to some decent amount of hands, so we'll have to see. A lot going on in situations like this. It's tough to navigate. A premium here for Beckers.
Can't hope for a whole lot better than Ace King King 10, and he does pot it to 560.
5 pass.
Big pair, Broadway rundown, and clubs.
2 pass.
That would have been an interesting call, huh?
And 3 pass.
Best hand I have tonight.
No takers.
Aces and 2 bananas. What did you show? Aces?
No?
This hand.
Ace, king, king, 10.
Oh, okay.
Big one then. It's 160.
Feng knows the slang.
I heard that. I almost started laughing. Says his favorite club here is Kings. Is that correct? Under Fang's? Yeah. He might play a decent amount at Kings Club.
Think he's a fixture?
Maybe he flies in, comes over, plays some cash. Who knows?
5 pass.
Well, whatever he's playing, I imagine he's playing it well, as he has shown discipline and aptitude here at this final table. Does rate to be able to work himself into the conversation
Like a Mexican. He changes the cards.
for champion here.
He called them.
Double suited.
You see? Now he folds. Mexican style.
Wait, I try.
Not interested.
2 raise. 350,000.
And he'll feel real good, perhaps, about laying down, given he can allow Verbekel to go to work on the shorties.
Meister's just going to have to go with this end. Out of the small, I believe.
You're going to call anyway, you say, right? But you're the guy who doubled me up all the time.
Yeah, yeah. You can gamble.
Oh, okay.
He is the shortest correct right now, Meister, I believe, right? He is.
Courtesy of Becker's having picked up the blinds and ante money last pot, and of course the quadruple and then the double.
I mean, sure, you wouldn't mind
Yeah, I'm all in.
seeing some other hands go by, but I mean, you just got to play this one. Yeah, and he is.
Yeah, I think so.
Ace, queen, jack, deuce. Note that
11 something.
Verbekel shares the jack deuce.
3 raise. 891 million.
11.45.
100.
Yes, baby.
And it just wins it.
Ah, if I know that, I would have called. Alright, kings.
No.
Yes.
No, you
But
folded kings.
Yeah, I was pretty sure you had ace.
Ace, jack, queen, deuce, suited.
No, I didn't have kings.
Of course not. Come on. I can't give you every pot for free.
No, I was doing really terrible on that hand. I had 2 of your same cards. So. You have deuce, jack, queen,
Ace.
ace. Yes. I
That's
had,
not clubs.
yeah. This time I had a really terrible hand. So. Not much I would fold.
Now I understand how it works. Fuck ICM, just re-raise and take the pot. Everyone is telling me ICM, and
You
it's
could
like
also just call.
the small one. Yeah, that makes sense.
Why not?
I have 1 million. Call for 300, and then
Yes.
fold 7.
If you had a flop, then you can.
I thought I had some fold equity because you're raising all hands.
Double suited king, queen, 9 tray for
But you know
Fang.
what worked? The mixing up the cards. That worked. So
7 raise. 500,000.
opens to 500,000.
Pass.
no, it only works one time. Sorry.
3 pass.
Sorry. It was a mistake.
4 pass, 5 pass. Thank you. Show it.
3, 4, 5, 8.
No takers, and looks like we got a question from YouTube for you, Len, in reference to your home state of Kentucky.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Oh my God.
They're asking, is KFC as good in Kentucky as it is elsewhere? I'm kidding, that's not the question. They're asking whether or not there are any other known or famous players from the state of Kentucky. Big names.
Let's see here.
I'm not talking famous to you. Talking about people out there might know who we're talking about. And then if you can't come up with any of those, then we can go to local fame.
Not particularly, but there were some, like old school players. Old time, a guy by the name of Garland Walters was a long-time professional player, first cousin of
Billy Walters?
Yes, this famous sports bettor. And some other players that have done well. Richard Austin, a PLO player, friend of mine that's won a bracelet, PLO.
Jesus.
I remember Billy Kopp. I don't even know if he plays, but he got really deep in the main. And he was kind of famous for a blow up he had. Hate to bring that up, but he had all the chips with the year Darwin Moon got second and kind of blew up and lost a lot of chips and some pots.
Well, it's not a blow up, but it is inflation here out of Ken Becker's on the heels of Meister. Open potting to 560. He has moved all in. And when the shorties are both willing to get in against one another here, and you look down at King, King, 9, 8, and your Zhao Feng, how you feeling about it?
Yeah, wow. I was too busy trying to figure out a player from Kentucky. But yeah, that's a weird spot, and he's going to get away from it correctly. I mean, it was not a clear-cut fold from Fang, but it was correct and good lay down and pretty brutal spot here for Alfredo. I mean, man, like you run into it and you know it. Got 560 in there. Ugh.
He is double suited though.
I know. I mean, it's still playable even if you know the guy has aces. As far as equity, you're gonna be at worst 35%. Just a matter of if he wants to put his tournament life at risk with that 35%.
It's 1,920. The
No,
code, but
I'm counting
it's only the
what he has afterwards. I know he's been covered.
If he lays it down, he'll still have about 8 bigs. Will Meister but really, when we see these sorts of all-ins, can we narrow it down to exactly aces and kings?
In this spot, likely. I think it's maybe the worst hand he has is a ace, king, queen, jack, double, or something like that. But it's very likely aces in this spot are extremely good kings. And I'll just be honest, I have no idea what he's supposed to do in this spot with the ace, king, 5-5 double. It is really weird. It's, you know, well, he'll be down to like 7 big blinds after if he folds, and he's in the big blind in 2 hands. I mean,
The struggle is real
I just
here.
want to shoot it in here, and you have some huge value if you win the pot, you know.
Vega is taking his time.
Yeah, I don't blame him. It's a lot to digest, and it's not digesting well.
It's a PLO headache. And if Meister were to choose to spin the wheel here and come up empty, it would turn into a PLO migraine.
He's gonna put it in.
Yeah, begrudgingly.
I don't
It's
blame
written all
him.
over his face. You know that he understood that chances were he was going to be pretty far behind, but
I don't know. Maybe it was wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, I have the other.
he's going to try his luck.
I have the other.
I mean, he has to have aces, of course, but. Huh? Seriously?
Yeah, so he was thinking so long.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Okay, we need black cards. Lots of black cards, please.
I prefer subs.
You too, man. I don't think
It's pretty much the same. I think it's like a couple 10,000s maybe, the difference. Not sure, but.
Thanks.
the flop we go. 3.68 million in the middle, and it is not looking good for the ace-king 5-5. The only good news for Meister, of course, is he will not be eliminated. Now he hits a king on the turn. Could hit a king or a 5 on the river here.
I can only blame myself.
To take the pot.
And Fang would have turned kings full.
Yeah, he would have showered both of these guys. And the river pairs the board with the jack. And the 2 stacks are so close, we're going to need to count it down. When the dust settles by our count, however, we will not have an elimination just yet, but the writing is on the wall for Vega Meister.
Maybe it was wrong.
Yeah, and because you have a king as well, because he's not having kings very often.
1, 1, 3, 1, 5, 1, 6, 4.
No, why not? If you have king, queen, jack.
1, 4, 1, 5, 1, 6.
At least some.
40.
Oh, he did have more than.
Just by a hair.
By a hair, so it's.
Okay, it's big blind first before the ante.
Got 1 big blind left. You never
Big
know,
blind
Ollie.
first before the ante, okay? That you know. Okay, so if you are all in on the big blind, okay, yeah.
Stranger things have happened at this year's main
I was in
event.
the same spot.
The man who finished
Yes,
in
that had,
second
1 big
place
blind
was
left.
down 2.
But the blinds were a little smaller.
1 big blind.
I had heard that, and he was also all in versus a player I know that plays a lot of Bellagio with about 40 people left. Ace-9 off,
Yeah, the mistake
versus
was
kings,
that
and
my first playable
flopped
hand,
the
I had,
ace.
like all day. I was like, no, yes.
But what a show he put on in that main. He played great. Heads up, really gave Kabrhel a battle.
George Holmes, the man we're talking about, from Atlanta, bested by Karai Aldemir.
It may be the year of Atlanta, man. You got Josh Aria wins Player of the Year. George Holmes, second main event. Atlanta Braves win the World Series.
How do you think the Hawks and the Falcons are going to do?
Well, you didn't let me finish. I was going to say, and it stops right there. Because the Atlanta Falcons, my friend, are losers. They do not have much win at all in them. Ever since that choke in the Super Bowl, man.
That was epic.
Oh, my gosh.
I was inside the Bellagio poker room.
I was
when it
somehow
happened.
in the Commerce watching it by myself in the room. It was during LAPC, and I was one of the few people that needed Pats. We
Wow,
had
what a suck up.
We had a future on them from the start, like midway through the playoffs at a good price, and all of my friends and every sharp in the world had tons of action on Atlanta, and rightfully so. It was the correct side, and man, I felt bad for a couple of them.
Without antes.
I remember Sam Salverall sent me a picture of some tickets he had on Atlanta. He had them futures to win it all. He had them every bet you can imagine. He sends me a couple pics from bets that were at the South Point for big numbers. He said, "What am I going to rename the South Point?" He sent me that before the game started. And
suggesting that all the money that he lost would earn him at least a wing of the building.
No, he mean by what he was going to win. He was saying, what am I going to name him after I win all this? I'm going to bust him. He's going to break the casino is what he was saying.
Oh,
you get it?
As it turns out,
yeah.
It's more that he donated so much that maybe they'll let him name a wing.
Yeah.
South Point will have the honorary Sovereign Tower.
That was so sick, that game.
Now, this is one of those interesting situations, Len, where a player does not have adequate chips to cover both the big blind ante and the big blind. So Meister is all in here for the 175, and there's no ante to play for. Just the 175 with the blinds at 100, 200.
7. Pass.
What are you thinking about? So bad?
Is there really anything to think about? I think the players are a little mystified that Verbekel is.
I am too.
Thinking about it.
I mean,
was he maybe thinking it would be beneficial for him to keep?
Okay, I just did it because I don't want to be Martin. I even have an ace.
Keep Meister around and then put the cuffs on the rest of the
It's
boys?
better for me to fold, to be honest.
I don't.
Martin will have folded that.
No
You know,
idea.
like when they keep the
Yeah,
short
but-
stack in there, it's good for business.
But I mean,
Well,
difficult
but
to
it's
get him in
also
the game.
good to
I
just
mean,
get
you
him
don't
out
do that
and move up, and I don't know. I mean,
maybe it's better like this. When I stay in, I have a little more chips.
yeah, sure. Yeah, it's not like he's. Even if he wins, he's still super short.
Good luck to you.
Thanks.
So the ace-7-5 deuce and the king-9-8-3 will take the flop. And it's queen-jack-4 with a couple of hearts. So Meister has himself the king-high flush draw and a gutty.
Yeah, and any parry mixes good too.
Go ahead now.
8 or 9. 3 would give Verbekel a little wrap.
You still like it?
Instead, it's the jack.
My hand now.
I take a 3. I just win with a 3.
Now it's virtually a coin flip. Advantage Meister still, whose tournament life hangs in the balance. 350K in the pot. Still going to be sub 2 bigs if he manages to hit. And here comes the river. It's another jack. And Verbekel has eliminated Alfredo Vega Meister, the Spaniard, a business owner who enjoys playing squash, and
Oh, no.
his dream of winning this event has been squashed.
Sorry.
Only big blinds. We will see a walk at the final table. That would be so nice.
We had one.
He already had one, yeah.
So
He gave one
See,
away.
and he busted. You want that walk?
on the big, on the big.
2?
Yes.
And then there were 4, as Meister has claimed the 13,078 for 5th place.
5 pass.
Not sure who has the shorter stack at present, if it's Toth or if it's Becker's.
Pass.
Yeah, I think it's close. I want to say that Matt
like?
Toth is a little shorter, but I'm not totally sure.
2 raise. $500,000.
Pot.
1.5 million.
Aces.
Raise 1.5.
Pots it. And Becker's with a nice pickup there.
So button stay. Small big, please.
Now he's going to have himself 4.2 million, and that is playable depth
Yeah.
at 100, 200 line.
He's Wrote it up nicely here in the last 30 minutes or so.
Indeed.
Seven pass.
Pot.
700,000. 2 raise 700,000.
Verbekel undeterred, keeps the pressure on. Ace King 9-8 with diamonds on the button. There's a shot of Toth, who is thinking things over with the Jack 10-8-6.
You have like...
He only has about 6
almost
bigs.
Between 7 and 8.
It looks like he is elected to make the call here.
Yeah, this hand can connect and kind of know what to do after the flop, and that is not the flop for him.
Jack 10-8-6 turns into a pair of 8s for Toth, but it's kings up.
He's so
for
short.
Verbekel,
I'm just going to go with it. Yeah, flop's an 8, but he's in bad shape.
Yeah, Richard elected to defend and then lead out as opposed to 3-bet pre, where he felt like Verbekel would for sure be calling maybe.
You can go for a buffet.
Gonna need some hearts or running straight cards here.
Yeah, Queen of Hearts.
Queen of Hearts, yeah.
Just start with a king, it's over. Makes it easy. It's not looking good.
Not looking good is a fair way to characterize this situation here. Over 3.2 million in the middle. And Richard Toth needed help, didn't get any on the turn, and
that's dead.
As a result, he draws dead. You see the wince on his face. He knows it all too well. And despite the fact that he hits a 10 on the river for 10s and 8s, he still falls to the kings up as he works his way around the table for some final fist bumps. The 5th victim here at this 8-max PLO event leaves behind 3 players.
4 million?
A little bit more than
And
4,
who would have thought
100.
that in the final 3, where obviously we could have predicted that Verbekel and Feng would be present,
10 and a
it
half?
would be Ken Beckers, who had a nub, virtually nothing,
Not like 6.
would be the 3rd.
Yeah. I mean, to start the final table, who would have thought that Martin Kabrhel would have just bowed out first, being chip leader. They play that massive pot to start.
So there it is. Verbekel has knocked out 3 players. Feng has knocked out 1, and Richard Toth claimed a pelt in Tobias Peters, but in turn his own has been claimed as the podium is set, but not the running order. Still looking for our champion. 59,000 euros plus up top. First hand of three-handed play here. Presuming that we're waiting on Zhao Feng based on the pictures.
Yeah, he's taking his time here. No idea what he has, but it's obviously something he's thinking about. Well, he's double suited. 10 high rundown. Gonna fold.
Beckers made it 5:50 to go. Feng bows out now for Pekel. Knows better than to get involved with ace 9 6 4. Button on Feng now.
Yeah, nice hand here for Brakel. Queen, queen, 10, none.
With the hearts, makes it 600 to go, and Beckers with a double suited Jack 8 7 4 has some playability.
Yeah, I would take a flop with this hand in position. Just have too much in there, you know.
Okay, we see a flop.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, you're right. It has been a long time.
Deuce tray 5. Verbekel does check the over pair. Beckers has a gutty. And the jack high flush draw checks back. 1.4 in the middle, now a 7 on the turn, giving Beckers a pair to go with the aforementioned draws.
I don't blame the bet here. Opponent's giving 2 checks to you. You have enough hand to bet. Just sprinkle something in there and likely take it down most of the time, I think.
5.5 is the number. And obviously with Verbekel showing disinterest on 2 streets, could be a wide range of reasons why it is that Beckers is firing, and they don't all have to do with the strength of his own hand, but rather the disinterest gleaned from our opponent.
Yeah, Verbekel could still call, but it's just so many cards in the river. You're just gonna not particularly like.
All of the above. Thoughts on Verbekel's mind here with the overpair, asking himself, what do I really want to see on the end, short of a queen?
Yeah, your opponent could have turned a hand like 2 pair and just gonna let it go.
Yeah, deems the situation not promising.
Ooh, difficult one.
Oh, that was very, very good.
It's PLO 5.
And Beckers continuing to compile as he tries to get himself into a situation where he can give Verbekel and Feng a run for their money. It is Verbekel on the button, who opens to $500,000 with ace, king, queen, 7, and spades. Double suited. 9 high rundown with a dangler for Beckers.
For a second there, that Mike the Mouth made the trip over.
On the rail back
see
there,
that guy
lounging.
Oh, and did you see, remember the other night during the 50K, the guy that was coughing into the thermos? He replied to us on Twitter.
Len and I were in the booth doing commentary for the North American version of the World Series of Poker, and during the broadcast, we found a gentleman on the rail who appeared to cough into his own personal thermos. Apparently, he watched the stream, took to Twitter to advise us what, Len?
That he did not do it in the thermos.
To the thermos. It was,
for those watching right now, you can understand, it was late that night, man. Ollie was on the double shift. I was straight from a cash game. It was like 2 a.m. We could barely see straight. So we have a little excuses there. But that was a blast. That was a fun final table.
Now I get good hands.
raise and take it.
Good to see some chips too, right? You know, like there's a decent stack from Verbekel, you know, as far as just individual chips. They color them up these days so quick.
Right.
You know,
nobody has a big, huge,
main event. You know, they're playing 200 big blinds deep with 28 chips. It's kind of weird to look at sometimes.
You're not wrong.
Bring back some chips, man.
You're not wrong.
Everybody feels a little better with more chips.
King Jack 4 tray. Verbekel elects to limp in, and Beckers wakes up with a little something. He deems it not enough, however, to raise pre. Fairly clean board. 6 deuce deuce. Queens may feel quite comfortable, but it is the gut shot straight draw of Verbekel, along with backdoor hearts that comes out swinging.
I don't mind the lead here, and I don't mind the call.
Turn is a king. Verbekel with kings and deuces. Jack kicker now has downed the queens of Beckers, who has picked up the diamond draw. Elects to check back and realizes equity in a 1 million chip pot. Ace of clubs on the river does not help either player.
King. If king, you win. But king is good.
Didn't like the ace.
No betting on the river either. And Verbekel will take that one down. Well, who do you like at this point, Len? Obviously, Beckers is on the heater.
Yeah, I think all three have played quite well, and I was impressed by Feng early. I liked how he played those nines and flopped the top set on, and got Verbekel to bluff off. Though Verbekel said he thought he turned hearts that hand. I don't know if you heard that. Might have misread his hand there. He had diamonds. But
that's right.
Either way, it's you know, it's tough. They're not extremely deep, and a lot's gonna matter just kind of what you're dealt at this point. You know, if you just keep getting dealt the deuce 3 9 7, you're just gonna keep getting shorter. So
right,
you're gonna need to have some playable hands and take advantage of the ones you do get.
This one here looks pretty playable for
Yeah,
Becker's.
Becker's limped in queens, and Feng's got a pretty good hand himself. He's double suited too. I expect him to raise here. Let's see if Becker's comes along or not.
Pot. Pot.
Pretty raggedy queens. You would prefer to have a suit with being a queen suited rather than just the 8-5. Yeah, he's going to call though. I don't mind it. See a flop.
And that flop contains an ace, unfortunately for Becker's, who is now well behind Feng, who holds the Broadway gut shot and top pair. Becker's checking it.
Yeah, you know, obviously Feng took the lead in this hand pre, and it really helps when you have a one pair hand like ace queen on this board with a gut shot that it is rainbow. It just makes you way more confident in the fact that you're just going to be able to take the pot right there. Your opponent can't have that big of a draw at all. So I'll bet something and just win the pot here.
That's exactly how it goes down. Feng's 700K, making quick work of those two queens. Well, he's no longer with us, Vegameister. And as I touched on all of the various European nations that were represented here, talked about my visit to the Czech Republic.
Yeah,
we talked about Amsterdam,
right.
Singapore, Hungary. Haven't been to Belgium. Haven't been to Denmark. I saved the best for last.
I was waiting.
Spain.
Let's hear it. Meanwhile, in this picture, how many big blinds do you think I had? Look at this picture. I look like I got like 4 big blinds in the middle of a 10K. Look at this. I just can't help but laugh at it.
I look like the guy that hasn't played any 10Ks. I'm smiling. I'm happy. I'm clean shaven.
Oh, I was on like day 30 of the World Series there, like just torching it in a tournament for some unknown reason. Okay, go ahead, Spain.
My first trip to Spain was after I decided I'm out of here in Amsterdam. Went down to Spain. Now, Barcelona's beautiful.
Yeah, I've heard people
Stayed
rave.
at the W Hotel, which is in the shape of a big sail. Looks a lot like the Burj Al Arab Hotel in Dubai, the world's only 7-star hotel, as they describe it. It's along a beach. And we'll get to that beach as the flop comes. Ace, deuce, 3, rainbow. Not exactly what Feng wanted to see with 2 kings. We'll check it over to Verbekel. It's got backdoor clubs working. Little 4-blocker. Might he have ideas?
It's one of those hands where you're likely not to win the pot if you get to the turn. So if you're going to try to win it, you got to do it right now. He's going to go for a little sprinkle of 225. Certain boards are worth when you have nothing checking back, when you can take the turn card and turn it into a big draw with numerous cards, and this is not one of those, so it's a nice bet, and it's going to earn him the pot.
Indeed. Well executed there by Verbekel as I return to the shores of Barcelona, where one of the people that we had met, my buddy Jason and I, had told us, well, listen, if you're going to walk down the boardwalk here,
better cover your pockets, right?
That's La Rambla. You definitely want to be wary of the pickpockets. Look for Elephant Man.
Elephant Man?
Elephant Man. Said, well, what are you talking about? They said, you'll know.
Damn.
As we proceed to stroll down this boardwalk with thousands of beachgoers alongside the sand, in the sand. It's a clothing optional kind of beach, you know, in Europe, not a repressed society. We notice that while everyone faces the ocean and is tanning, there's one particular gentleman who is not facing the direction of everyone else and instead is facing toward the boardwalk. Hands laced behind his head. Spectacular tan.
Yeah, quite the trunk, huh?
Completely nude.
Keep it clean, Ollie. Come on, man.
An absolute tripod.
Oh, my God. Oh, that's something, man.
And
did you go try to shake his hand?
Shake his what? The smile that this man had on his face was emblematic of an individual that was endowed in a divine manner.
Do you think this was his spot, like, every day? This is where he goes. He's known as the Elephant Man. Like, is this his area where he is? He owns
Somebody
it.
out there watching this stream in Europe that's
Knows
been to Barcelona,
this guy?
step up in the chat and let me know that you know what I'm talking about. You got to. There's no way.
You get free dinner on
This
me,
man's
whatever,
world
if
famous.
somebody throws it in there that they know this guy. That's incredible. I mean,
this guy's world famous.
as you just walk by, you just give a nice nod, right? You give a salute, like, okay, you've earned it, bud. Yeah, way to go.
It was like, hey, listen, I'd face the boardwalk too.
Yeah.
Why hide this? It's remarkable. Truly remarkable. A little bit less remarkable, unless, of course, you're playing Badoogie, is this Ace-Deuce-3-4 rainbow that Zhao Feng has been dealt. Pat number 1 in Badoogie.
Oh, wow. That's like a...
Tough to do.
Tough to get dealt. You almost have to play it out of respect, right?
Well, Feng is going to play it as he defends against the attack from Verbekel.
Wow.
It comes 6-4 deuce and bottom 2 pair along with a gutty for Feng. A better gut shot for Verbekel, but certainly not a better hand. $850K, the sizing from Feng. Beefy. And look at Verbekel go into the beer. That man's relaxed. These guys are having fun. This is PLO.
Yeah, there's no studying of the charts in the head right now. It's take a sip, play the hand, right? Though they are fighting for a bracelet here. Some decent cash.
You ever wonder whether or not the poker purists that tune in, that expect that you and I are just going to be here riveted and engaged in each and every single hand that we bear witness to,
That's impossible.
are left shaking their heads going, what the hell are these two
what are we
talking about?
An elephant man? Well, if you don't like it, well, sorry. I mean,
Put respect on his name.
That was pretty good. I was impressed with that story. That was good.
If you think the story was impressive.
You don't have an image on your phone you don't want to share?
No. You know what? There is a remote chance that I could just Google.
Oh, come on. You can get to 20 to 1 on that. I mean, just whatever. Google elephant man, your man just pops up.
No, but it's got and Barcelona.
What's
Beach.
he got his own YouTube channel? I mean,
he might.
Come on, Ali.
Okay.
Let's don't get
well,
greedy.
the good news is that the laptop that I'm going to be searching this on is one of our producers. So this search history will not be mine.
Serious
No,
table.
no, it's quiet. Only serious left.
No trash talking.
Come on.
Len,
I like it.
Come on.
when you type in Elephant Man and then
Just
B-A-R,
straight comes to Barcelona.
Elephant Man Barcelona photos is the third search query.
Okay, well.
How did I not book the 20 to 1?
Well, there would have been a little. It would have to be top number 1, I think, to get paid out the 20 to 1.
I'm afraid
it's like
to click
tying.
it.
It's like when you have +6 in a parlay, and it lands on 6. You don't get paid the full bet, Ollie.
I'm afraid to click it, but the very first thing is a YouTube result that said Barcelona's Elephant Man on YouTube. I'm not kidding. Read it for yourself.
That's incredible.
If you think that's incredible.
No, don't go to the images, Ollie. Don't do it. Don't do it. Come on.
Here he is.
Oh, my God. Oh, man, I'm sorry to the viewers, man. You've got to be kidding me, man. I got to check this guy out. This is incredible. There he is. That's him, huh? Oh, okay. Man, the internet is sick, man. That they can just have this out there. Come on. Is this real life? Elephant Man?
Oh.
You think his kids are proud? Because he's got to have some, right? I mean, oh, man.
Won't take that long
That
anymore.
is something. I mean, that's okay. You got me, Ollie. You got me.
I had actually forgotten that there was tattoo art that helped to accentuate. There's a pachyderm tattoo that actually. Becker's in the small blind with Queen Jack 7 4 double suited.
Come on, it's been too long. Let's get back to the poker, Ollie. And please shut that laptop down. I can't look at that anymore. Can we close out? Can we at least close out? Thank you.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm going to have dreams about that tonight, man.
Well, you want to talk about dreamy situations. How about aces for Feng?
They are Badoogie. But we'll see how he goes. I expect a full pot here. They're just not deep enough to not full pot, You just pick up the 500 a lot here.
22 bigs for Feng. 2.5 of them already in there from Becker's.
Just if you're extremely deep in this spot, flatting is okay.
And
you can just get too much of your stack in here, and you just win the pot.
And they're not great aces for Feng, obviously.
That's what I
so
mean.
You,
like
you
if you're sitting deep and you're in position, it's a good hand to just flat with, I think. But not the case in this spot. I don't know how the Elephant Man would have played the hand, but we'll just have to wait for that moment in time. Maybe he'll play the EPT at Barcelona next year.
Somebody put that man in.
He's got me.
That
Whatever.
didn't come out right.
Whatever he wants. Yeah, he shouldn't have said it that way. And you don't want to say you want to back the guy either. I mean, I don't know if you want to say that either. But he's got me for 25% of any buy-in. I mean, he's got me. Just if you're out there watching Elephant Man, hit me up on Twitter. You got it. Just tell me where you want to play. Put a mask on that stuff before you come into the casino. Oh, man. You couldn't wait to share that story, huh? You couldn't wait.
I saved the best for last.
I noticed. I saw you stood up.
You know, I found a lull in the action.
Yeah, that was a good spot.
Picked my spot.
That was good.
Yes.
And speaking of picking spots, the button is always a good one from which to do your raising, and that's what Beckers has done with ace-5-5 deuce. Gets through Feng, and apparently Verbekel as well. So every one of these orbits worth of blind and ante money is very important.
Yeah, they're getting up there.
125, 250 now, the level. Earlier, Beckers had a beer work, and he has switched to water. I feel as though he didn't think he was going to get this deep when he had so few chips, but now he's trying to sober up and focus on the task at hand.
Yeah, he's put himself in a good spot to win the tournament now.
Well, not if Zhao Feng or Bjorn Verbekel have anything to say about it.
I'm liking the jacket here Feng's got. I like it. My style. The black little hoodie kind. It's okay, right? Huh?
What are you, some kind of fashionista now?
I'm
Ashby?
just a plain kind of guy, and I'm just saying I like his jacket. Okay. Throw it around Elephant Man, and you know, you just got a nice little get up there.
I feel like I ensured that you're never going to Europe now.
That
interesting spot here for Beckers, by the way, though, is he wakes up with the aces and spades, two limpers in front of him, and you're not worried about anybody trapping you as you hold the aces.
Yeah, I mean, I like the limp by Feng. If you're going to play the hand, your hand just doesn't want to get exposed to a huge 3-bet, and you have to fold. You could just limping, trying to see a flop, but I don't blame him. Taking advantage of that button is crucial at this stage of the tournament.
Beckers pots it to $1 million.
Oh yeah, sorry.
No takers. Tidy little pickup for him. What a story it would be if the Belgian Ken Beckers managed to somehow come back from effectively dust and dethrone Verbekel, the chip leader, and get through Feng.
Yeah, Verbekel's done a good job of continuing to manage his chips well after that big first pot he won. You know, he hasn't forced the issue to, you know, but he's played position well and picked up the pots when he needed to when we had the 3 shorties. Picks up a nice hand here. Very premium hand.
Ace King Jack 9 makes it 5 1/4 from the button. Becker's Ace 8 7 deuce into the muck. How much speculating do we do in PLO in these situations when it's open to full pot and we're already in for the big?
Well, you can't do it with a hand like this. Jack 5 4 3. Just not good enough. And you're just not deep enough.
And it's not full pot, 5 1/4 rather, but nevertheless out of position.
There's plenty of hands that Fang should be defending with there. That one's just a little too raggedy. I'd like to be connected a little bit more.
Well, the chatter has subsided considerably here as these 3 recognize real money is at stake. 25,530 euros goes to third, 36,617 to second, and of course the 59,250 for our champion. Ducks and ace queen on the button for Beckers. Out of there.
Fang's got a good hand to go to a flop with. I think limping in here would be good from the small.
8-6-5-4 rundown.
On a premium hand for Verbekel, which I expect him to raise with here.
No suits.
Oh, excuse me, yeah. Thought he had hearts there for a second, but he's rainbow, but he's still very good versus a limp here, and tax him here, making pay an extra 500 to see a flop, which he's gonna do. I'm pretty sure.
Extra $500,000 asked for and provided by Feng, who doesn't want to get into the habit of limp folding, of course. To the flop we go. Oh, 7-4-4, and Feng has trips along with a wrap, whereas Verbekel just has the queens working. Zhao checking.
And you can't blame Verbekel for betting here. There's a flush draw out there. Just gonna run into it here. And Fang with a nice flop. 8-6-5-4 is a good hand to go to the flop with. You kind of know where you're at. Given the flop, you just kind of connect or you don't really. And he's gonna pot it. And
things become pretty ugly for Verbekel from here forward, and
just Gonna take it down here. Can't see vertical calling.
And the 600K lost in the fire as Feng looks to close in. I like the way he's played as well, Len.
Yeah.
Young man. Just 32 years of age. Talked about him being a financial advisor living out in Singapore. It's not cheap to live in Singapore, let me tell you. Very expensive.
Yeah.
Neck of the woods.
Unless you eat at that place that you brought up. For,
oh, yeah.
You know.
No, there's still some bargains to be found.
Okay.
Went up to that Marina Bay Sands, the 3 towers that are all connected at the top with the pool, the infinity pool that just looks out over all of Singapore. You seen people taking the pictures up there?
No elephant man's up by the pool there.
No,
okay,
no.
That's good.
No.
A little more classy.
It's the only pool I've ever seen where there's so much security to even get up there.
Yeah.
Because you got all the Instagram people looking to get up there and crash the party. Meanwhile, crashing the button is Zhao Feng. Ace King 10-6 with diamonds. Those diamonds covering Ken Becker's Queen Jack 8-7.
Kind of close spot here with Queen Jack 8-7. I mean, you have one suit, 8 high, granted, but I mean, you have 500 in there. You got a hand that can flop decent, so let's see one. There we go.
Thank you.
1.875 in the middle, courtesy of Becker's defense. And a queen in the window, followed by a 5 and a tray, leaving Becker's with top pair. And as it stands now, the best hand. Ken sticks with the flow of play, checks it over to Feng, who checks back and does not pick up any equity on the turn. Can't say the same for Becker's, however, who has added a gut shot straight draw to his arsenal. Once our opponent checks back, how good do we feel about this Queen Jack? Good enough to bet it?
Well, if you're betting, you're kind of betting just kind of to protect your hand, so to speak. You obviously don't have a ton of hand, given you just have one pair. But it's kind of unlikely your opponent has a hand that would make a straight 6-7 or even ace deuce, deuce 6. So you block having a 7 in your hand, so throwing out there something is good. And he's going full pot here, which is just fine. And
well, it's fine considering we know that Feng is folding, but it was a massive commitment of the remainder of Becker's stack with just the lone pair of queens. And if all of a sudden Feng had been playing kings or something along those lines.
Yeah, I think if he had a hand like kings or something, he probably would have c-bet the flop. Pot was just kind of up for grabs for Becker to take. He took advantage and took it.
Well, he still has work to do if he's going to try to catch up to this man, who's double suited. 5 1/4. If you do, says Verbakel.
Go on, call.
No takers. So you gonna go to Barcelona, Len, or what?
I might have to meet that guy, man. I mean,
the legend.
Get him on Instagram. Go to Singapore.
He might be on Instagram. Can you give me 20 to 1?
We don't need to dive down that route again, Ali. I've seen enough, okay? I've seen enough.
Ace, king, queen, 4. I wonder if any of the guys out here are randomizing based on that order up bell that keeps dinging in the background. Like, well, if it's 2 bells,
I hear that bell.
I'll raise it. 1 bell, I'll call. If I don't hear the bell, I'll fold. What do you think of?
I think of being at Commerce, hearing them do the collection every 30 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Ding dong. Dealers. Please take collection.
Queen, jack, 7. Bottom end of the wrap for Verbakel. Doesn't come in on the turn after both players checked. Beckers has the Broadway draw and top pair. Still in front, still checking. 875K in the middle.
Wow.
Now an 8 on the end. The perfect card for Verbakel, who makes the straight.
I think Becker should have been betting turn there if he's going to check back flop and face another check. He's got enough hand to bet the turn with.
Yeah, he gave his man
Ain't good.
2 free pulls post flop.
If we check, I know it. If you bet, then I don't know.
You think?
Hmm?
Yeah.
Strange game with 20 big blinds each.
Now it plays a little bit better than before.
Hmm?
Now it plays better than before.
Yeah,
Because
because
the short stack.
yeah, too many short stacks. Yeah.
It was really who was going to be the luckiest.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's true.
So
Oh,
a little
plays is
exchange
wrong.
there between the players as
Wrong.
Yeah.
He did.
they reflect on
That was
how
a
they
big
arrived here, and somewhat thankful that there's a little bit more play, less luck at this point. But don't get too comfortable, as even the deepest of stacks still sub 30 bigs. Always nice to look down at aces. Even nicer when you've got a suit with them and are on the button. So 750 to go. Double suited here for Beckers.
Very bad hand.
Very bad hand, is it?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Any little pairs
Yeah,
like
very
that
bad
are
hand.
just not great. How many day of a tournament was this? 2 day?
I would imagine so, based on the original number of entrants. Seems like we could get through it. And the levels aren't particularly long.
Yeah, I'd say it's just 2 day. Aces are thrown out there again. Man.
They're sticky.
get the button, you get the aces. Happened several times.
5 1/4, says Verbekel on the button. Should be a easy fold here for Beckers.
Maybe not. I mean, it's connected. It's
out of the small blind, 3
yeah,
clubs.
You'd rather be in the big, have more money in the pot, but and he is, whoa, is that potting it?
Oh my goodness, horribly timed here from Beckers as
and look,
he pots it in kings behind him.
Oh my
and
God.
what a huge favor Beckers has done Zhao Feng here, because by 3-betting, Zhao now feels much differently about the 2 kings.
Yeah, man. I mean, Beckers just kind of, I think, went with a little fill there, thinking Verbekel's just going to be folding to a lot of 3-bets maybe, and just kind of went for it. Maybe he figured potting was better than calling, and you know, you have the opportunity to just take it down pre maybe, and Feng, man. He was in this spot earlier where it was a little more clear that his opponent had aces. This isn't so clear, 3-handed. He's going to give it some thought. And he's way, you know, man, he's not going to think the opening raiser for Verbekel has aces. He's just on the button, you know, just he's more concerned about Becker's 3-bet than the open.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, his kings aren't great. You'd rather have them a little connected, 10-9, 10-jack, so to speak, or double suited. Just one suit here.
How much do you have? Sorry.
But it's still
how much roughly do you have?
a tough spot.
This is 3.5. So I have 4, 4.5, 5.5.
5.5. Thank you.
Verbekel's just in a great spot here. He can't even believe what's going on. He knows Feng, when he's in the tank this much, has pretty much this hand. Got to lay down.
All in.
And you see Verbekel piling all in, and Beckers did not want to see that.
Mind blown.
I think you just got to put it in here with the 7 high. I mean, you probably are mad that you did it, but if you fold.
2.2 is still 9 bigs.
I mean, exactly. That's just not enough, man. Like, you just got to gamble it here.
But do we chase the bad money out there with the good money we still have behind?
I mean, you're not. Your hand's not that. It's not equity-wise. It's never going to be that horrible. I mean, that's the bad and good thing about PLO.
First time I have it.
You're in front, that's for sure, but I like my hands, but could be better. It's a little bit gamble, but it's big. I don't know. I call.
Oh my goodness. Beckers does come with the call, and he is really gambling in a massive pot. 8.46 million. And he is a worse than 3-2 dog.
Yeah, he blocks.
At least I block your outs. Luck.
And we go back to the fact that Zhao Feng was so well serviced by this 3-bet, which allows him to escape the wrath of aces with kings.
Optimistic 3-bet.
Yeah?
Optimistic 3-bet.
I know.
Yeah.
But once I do it,
Yeah, you can't fold anymore.
once I do it, I can fold. Once I do it, afterwards I have to go flip in anyway.
I think if you have 500,000 more, you would fold.
Not good.
Queen
That's good.
in the window, followed by a jack and a 7. It's rainbow, so Beckers is connected with his dangler.
Good dealer, he can do it.
Needs to hit 2-pair. Could also hit trips. To the turn we go. Wow. It's a 6, so now 7s and 6s along with the bottom end gutty for Beckers. Puts him squarely in the lead, but for Bakel's picked up an open-ender. 4 or a 9 would work for him.
Yeah, queen or a jack to counterfeit those 2 pairs.
Yep. This is a huge pot. Here comes the river. Oh, it's the jack, and that counterfeits the 7s and the 6s, leaving Ken Beckers on the outside looking in. He spun it up from so few chips, but the fairy tale comes to an end as he finishes in 3rd place, taking home $25,000 and change. And the stage is set for what Len has to be said looked to be the exact 2 players that would end up colliding heads up in Bjorn Verbekel, the Dutchman, and Zhao Feng, the Singaporean, who has his work cut out for him. Out-chipped more than 2-1. We'll step aside and set the stage here at the 2021 World Series of Poker Europe, where the finale of the 550 euro buy-in 8 Max PLO Omaha is right around the corner. Stay close. Are you at all surprised to see the way the chips are flying here at this final table early on?
Maybe we've just been watching a bunch of nits during the World Series. We've got some guys willing to put some money in, but this hand, you know, Feng's obviously just has a monster. He got Verbekel to go for it on the flop and go for it on the turn.
That's total.
He's got 92% here to double up.
270, right?
If he decides to put the rest in.
Okay, I want to, it's 1.5 million?
No, it's more actually.
Dat zijn wel hard.
Je bent dood volgens mij.
10.
Huh? Oh, 10 heb je nog.
Jack's no good.
Yeah.
Twice? 3 times? 3 times.
So we've got a 4.4 million chip pot on our hands here, and a wildly improbable development.
What are we waiting for?
Verbekel needs a 10 and a 10 only. Feng's got one tied up in his hand. Not sure if any others were folded pre-flop. But the Singaporean has 92% equity here. And the river is a heart, giving him the flush as he improves in more ways than one.
So unbelievable.
Okay. It doesn't count yet.
Dus 1.530.000.
Let's say 1.34.
A brilliant start to Zhao Feng's final
By the
table
way, is my
as
chips
well.
okay?
Yeah,
You know, I just planned it. It's gonna be more than 1/6.
Kind of a weird spot here for Martin's hand. With this stack, it's just, you don't like doing anything. You don't like putting it in. You don't like folding.
All in, 6 million.
8 all in, 2 call.
Well, Kabrhel finds himself all in here, took his chances. The 2 queens are cooked, of course, but he does have live hearts. Unfortunately for him, the side cards for Verbekel, a king and a deuce, are not hearts, which means
Take it, man, he's money.
2 of those
To tam dáváš, jak kdyby to bylo mistrovství světa.
hearts will be no good.
Rozdej mi to a dávej. Dej mi prachy. 425, podej mi to. To je všechno moje. No podej mi to.
The lone Czech player at this final table has his fate hanging in the balance. The chip leader coming in. 30% from here forward.
60-60?
Huh?
How much is it?
I have no idea.
60, yeah?
I never play poker.
I'm just gonna sit here and drink my beer and enjoy the show.
Tak dávej, dávej.
If I bust, I might take a beer as well.
I hope you take one.
I know. I think everybody's rooting for me.
1.45 million in the middle. The turn is a deuce, and it's iced. Aces full of deuces. Nothing Kabrhel can do from here forward.
Put Queen of Hearts there for split pot.
Save for a foul deck.
No play.
Martin has
It's gonna be quiet
no outs,
now.
drawing dead, right?
Yeah, but you never know. It could come Queen of Hearts.
Okay, bye guys.
Chop
An
it up.
improvement to aces full of kings as the wildly improbable departure of the chip leader coming in roughly 1 orbit's worth of play.
Oh.
That is not what anybody expected here at this final table. And Verbekel could very well look this up with King, Jack, Jack 10, and clubs.
Yeah, he's gonna
Sure
play
enough.
this.
Gamble has been announced, and they are on their backs in a all-in versus chip leader situation. 23rd hand of the final table.
160, 3 call, all in.
What's the book? Ace of the River.
The first jack on the flop, and I don't care.
Give me a fighting chance, man.
Let's make it sweat. Like ace of.
To the flop we go. It is 10 for deuce. 2 hearts. Verbekel hits a dangler. Meister, who is at risk, has the wheel draw and a 4. Jacks are still best. Oh, and the gutty rolls right in and leaves Verbekel drawing dead. So inconsequential river will be furnished, and the Spaniard is going to go ahead and double up. And then some.
And what was already counted?
550.
Do it again. We counted and.
Bad news.
Half hours I'll leave for it. And you know what they brought me when I opened it up?
Again?
One single pancake. I almost tossed it like a frisbee in the sports book. I was so tilted. I mean, it's incredible. I waited 2.5 hours. I'm down a ton. can't wait for this waffle with powdered sugar. And
Well, Alfredo Meester has been waiting for a hand like this, and aces. No suits will be his last stand potentially against Verbekel.
this looks like a nice waffle versus a pancake here.
Yeah. 3-2 favorite heading to the flop is the Spaniard.
No, I know. I can't fold either. No, I can, but
can.
yeah, but I don't want to fold.
No, I don't.
You don't want to.
Huh?
You can't fold that.
No, I don't want to fold. I don't.
How
want
honest was that?
Yeah.
I can fold, but I don't want to.
want to. Yeah, give him a little play here. Try to knock out a player.
Oh, a queen in the window,
That's your six.
followed by a deuce and a
Oh.
6. So the aces are looking very good right now. That's about as big a disparity in equity as you can hope for.
5 of clubs.
6, deuce, queen, and then you're done.
5 of clubs.
Take a 6.
I think a 9 would be the best card.
Decent card.
Oh, Verbekel now has an open ender, courtesy of that 4.
7
The aces do pick up a gut shot of their own, but they don't need the help. They just need to avoid a 5. I'm sorry, a 3 or an 8.
Yeah, it's like both stars. Picking him.
2.2 million plus in the middle, and a jack on the end. Leaves Verbekel with 1 pair, and he'll be paying off Alfredo Meester. Well, he doesn't like having the dealer count his stack much, does he?
No, he was.
This is obviously. He will get it all in, and his patience perhaps going to be rewarded here. Plenty of pride behind the showdown from the Dane.
Like my 7 of diamonds. Right now. Very powerful.
It's a powerful card, yes.
I don't even have a jacket to put on. I don't have a jacket to put on. The curse.
So you act like that stand here later.
Oh, yeah.
You stand up, you put on your jacket, and you take 100
Ginseng.
Well, it looks like the old superstitions from this side of the pond have made their way over.
I don't think
As
you have
Bloom is saying, you can't grab a jacket or a book bag or something to make it seem like a little bit of reverse luck. And
What a window.
8 of hearts followed by a 10 and a 5. This flop is very much a Zhao Feng affair.
He's going to have to fade a lot here.
Gut shot, straight draw, a pair, a heart draw, all in play for Feng.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't see the first one. Okay, that's good pair, I guess.
Now it's 8s and 6s. So Plume is left pulling at a 10, a 5, or an ace that isn't hearts.
No hearts.
I know.
Can he do it?
The 10
2
comes
million
with a
in the
heart.
middle.
2 tens, 2 5s, 1 ace.
And the river does pair the board, but it is
Good game.
the
Good
6, which fills up Zhao Feng and leaves us with our second casualty of the afternoon. Michael Plume out in 7th place. We will collect
I thought all the other
7,200
guys were
euros
before. No, I was the only one.
Yes.
for the
Well,
effort.
as well, but
Thank you very much.
can I have a Corona?
That sheds
I hope you triple up.
Toth's
Now it
hand.
becomes a triple up.
So the dead money in there, and as Feng pointed out, instead of a double, it will be a triple
Yeah,
in the event that Peters is able to fend off the elimination here against ace, queen, 10 tray double suited.
Just numbers. If the 10 is coming, it's okay. But no fixes, just numbers.
10 is also a number. Hey, 10 is also a number.
Yeah, 10 is okay, I think, because then I have some straight up.
Yeah, okay.
But just no pictures?
I'm 3-3.
Oh,
2-4-5.
Well, let's make
Medium numbers.
6-8 deuce. That's a nice one. 6-8 deuce. What do you think? Good one?
Give me like black one, black 6.
Okay.
To the flop we go.
Ooh.
Queen 7 tray, and things are
But I'm
not
a 7
looking
and
good
8.
for Tobias
Put a 9
Peters.
out there.
4-1 dog from this
6
point
and 10
forward.
also good for you.
6
Let's go for you.
I like a 6.
9 for the sweat.
6, 7, 8.
I'm rooting for you.
750k pot.
Giving you the good karma back.
A mere flesh wound if Feng does not hold, but for Peters, this is tournament life. At risk. The river is a 7.
One of the 4.
Wow.
I have 260.
So the Dutchman
We round up to 2.
Full pocket 8?
Yes.
Wow.
manages to get lucky there.
Wow, Toby, you had 2 outs. You folded 2 8s.
I don't know.
235 with King, Queen, Jack, 9, and hearts, and now
Oh, yeah.
Verbekel comes along.
230, right? 230.
Actually, it's not fair. It's 12 cards against 4.
Discount.
Not more than double up.
Yes, but you have to beat 12 cards.
Yeah, but I will do so.
Meister closes the action.
Like a hand on some of these apps.
12 cards is a lot.
But I like this game.
1 verse 3.
I really do.
9-6-4 Rainbow, and Beckers has 9s and 6s here.
He still has to fade a ton, man.
Yeah, you see
Jack, Queen,
Meister
3, 8. He
with
fades
the
his
open
turn.
ender. Ace now on the turn.
He's got fade a diamond.
Nobody has
too.
the diamond draw?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, he fades it. It's gonna quadruple up here. Wow.
Nobody had the flush draw though.
Yeah, I thought somebody had diamonds. Fang had? No? Fang had 3 hearts? Oh, sorry. Excuse me. You had 5 diamonds.
On the river is clean. Somehow, some way, improbably as it is,
I have 9
Ken Beckers rolls over 9s and 6s, and they're going to be good for 1.1 million.
You win?
Wow, it's insane.
I'm not happy for myself, but I'm happy for you.
Yeah.
Up and down. You have the flush draw. No, you don't have
I have nothing.
You know, the
You
pressure.
see, I beat 12. I like this game. That's why I like. That's why I play PLO.
Nobody had the diamond?
That's why I play
One diamond.
PLO.
Just one. Here.
It's still difficult, but
One, only
Yeah,
one.
I only one as well, yeah.
No, it's just,
now I have to go again.
Can't blame him, and
Toth got a hand here.
yeah, he's got 2
Like
pair, 10s and 9s, but no suits.
Because
Oh, that's a decent hand.
One of his
Good for you,
10s
Toby.
It's almost,
tied up.
It's just a flip.
in Toby's hand.
Happy I told you.
Golden board, 10, 7 dubbel.
oh, yeah. Like, wow.
Just a king. Nothing special.
King 9.
King 9.
And a queen. You already have 2 9.
So 940K pot means the whole world to Toby Peters.
For deuce.
King.
To the flop we go.
The blind level's longer because of the
Deuce,
You're
4,
right about
5,
it. Takes
things
long.
not looking good.
Yeah.
Just need to bear it.
At least a heart. Doesn't matter what. But when it's a heart, I know it's not a 10 or a 9. So it's good.
yeah, this takes a long time.
You don't want too many outs. Like
Jack would work, of course.
Oh, you looked on
Instead,
screen.
it's a 6, and now it is 6 outs one time for Toby Peters. Ken Beckers was able to quadruple up a short time ago. Peters is saying, why not me? And the river card is paint, but the only card that doesn't pair Peters out of the art gallery. And
Good luck.
the wait is over.
Yeah.
We have our 6th place finisher. Tobias Peters picking up 9,600 and change in euros. The value of being able to eliminate Beckers, too tempting.
Decent enough. If he folds, I have to.
And these two share no cards.
This is a good
You have
situation.
exactly each other's cards.
Yeah.
You need his and you need his.
Up to you.
Thank you.
He already took me, so.
I like Mexicans.
1.64 million
At
in
one
there.
point, we have to stop rooting for the Mexican. I mean, he's a nice guy, but at one point, everybody's for himself, right?
Yeah, every man for himself. I understand.
The Mexican.
Yeah, they were just playing around. A little joke, I think. We're not going to cancel them quite yet, Ali.
Yeah, this takes like forever.
What a tremendous outcome this would be for Beckers if he manages.
Oh, wow.
Jack 9, Feng with the wrap and the diamond draw. Beckers with jacks and 9s.
I mean, you block 7 and you block king.
I am
No
behind.
king?
You block 7 and you block king.
No king.
Please.
And you block the diamond. You win.
Wow. Dodge the
You
turn.
can still make a straight. You can still make a straight. Flush also.
It's pretty much
Yeah.
the same.
Flush also. Yeah.
Well, trip jacks and ace king.
Yeah. Jack again.
So Jack is
Currently has the lead.
Do some what?
yeah, spades.
You gotta be precise.
But Feng can make the flush or the straight. Here comes the river.
Wow.
It's a 9, so ace king does hold.
What a fade.
What a spin up. Be seated. And all that patience that
I think you might ship this one after this end.
Beckers.
How you if you win the pot, you know?
Vega is taking his time.
Yeah, I don't blame him. It's a lot to digest. And it's not digesting well.
It's a PLO headache. And if Meister were to choose to spin the wheel here and come up empty, it would turn into a PLO migraine.
Let's kind of put it in.
Yeah, begrudgingly.
I don't
It's
blame
written all
him.
over his face. You know that he understood that chances were he was going to be pretty far behind, but
Maybe it was wrong. I don't know.
I have the other.
he's going to try his luck.
I have the other.
I mean, you have some ace of course. Huh? Seriously?
Oh. Oh wow.
Okay, we need black cards. Lots of black cards, please.
I prefer. Trump's.
Pretty much the same. I think it's like a couple 10,000s maybe, the difference. Not sure, but
Thanks.
To the flop we go. 3.68 million in the middle, and it is not looking good.
Welcome back. I'm Len Ashby. Without Ali, seems to have been lost, but I'm sure he'll be back as he's walking in now. We're down to heads up. About to play. You back, man?
Indeed.
I mean, that was a lot of pressure. I didn't know if I could handle that. Just saying.
You know, I don't know if you've ever watched those nature shows where the chick is in the nest and the mom eventually just nudges the fledgling out of the nest.
Thanks.
That's how they learn to fly.
Okay.
Ali Najad and Len Ashby with you for continuing coverage of the 2021 World Series of Poker Europe, where the stage is set here in event number 2, the 550 euro PLO Omaha 8 Max. Bjorn Verbeekel from Holland, Zhao Feng from Singapore. A big lead for the Dutchman. And big blinds as well. Not tremendous depth to either of these stacks. Almost 70% of the chips in play. 43 bigs. Definitely far from a shove or fold situation. And for Feng, he has the remaining 31% of the chips in play. You see it there, 4.7 million. Out-chipped over 2-1. 125, 250 are the blinds. Each of these two players has already locked up a minimum of 36,617 euros, but of course the 59,250 plus a coveted World Series of Poker bracelet hanging in the balance. Ace 733 with hearts for Feng. Feng opens to 750,000, so that should give you a sense of whether or not he's going to try to play small ball. And Verbeekel defends with the 6-5-5 4 line.
Yeah, fine with defending. Ace 3-3-7 could have maybe limped button. Suited ace, not bad. Whatever.
Well, speaking of not bad, how about this for Verbeekel? He has himself a 9 high straight. And just fires right out and takes the first pot of heads up play. When things first got going, you'll remember Verbeekel took the lion's share of chip leader coming in, Martin Kabrhel's stack, after he picked off a big bluff. But then in turn, he sent a pretty decent-sized chunk headed to the man he squares off with now, Zhao Feng. And here the two collide. Initial impressions of both players versus how you're seeing their styles now as they've navigated themselves to heads up?
There was so much going on with the ICM, like 3 really short stacks that, you know, I mean, we had people folding kings easily, like just, you know, you kind of couldn't do much. And I think both of these players adjusted well to every situation that they played, basically. I mean, Verbeekel made a good call in that big pot, allowed him to have tons of chips and kind of be able to coast his way into this spot. Feng played very well, and they're here.
A limp from Bjorn. Jack, Jack, 7 tray, and spades. One of those jacks tied up in Feng's hand, who's double suited. And this sort of hand composition, Len, while you don't end up with the wraps where all cards work together, you do kind of have some good coverage on both ends of the spectrum.
Yeah, it's always good to be double suited. You would like the jack to be suited and the king to be suited. Just helps a little bit, just, you know. our flushes.
And somehow this flop brings the case jack along with a pair of fives. Feng quickly checks jacks and fives, and Verbekel has jacks full and fires.
And I like this limp pre by Verbekel. It's just, you know, you want to play position, be able to see the flop. If you opened full pot there and got 3-bet, your hand's terrible, and you would just fold. You can limp and be able to see every flop, even if your opponent raises pre. Flop's pretty much the nuts here, and I think has a jack, so don't think he'll just surrender now. He's gonna call.
Sure enough, 3 1/4 invested by Feng. Turn is a queen, an overcard to that jack, which could certainly slow Feng down even further, perhaps even allow him to get out of there.
Yeah, I mean, Verbekel's just saying, please have a 5, you know, please. And I feel like Feng will get away here, and he will.
Good start to heads up thus far for the Dutchman. Not so much for Feng. Left to wonder whether or not he can stop this man. Bjorn really was the most active player at the final table from onset here toward the finish.
Yeah, I think he capitalized on a lot of spots where, you know, it was just like printing money, you know, like he had the button and pretty much he knew 100% a couple different times where the blinds were folding because the next hand dealt, guys going to be all in, you know, and it's a luxury, but he earned it with that second hand dealt, you know, making that call in the end versus Martin to be able to put himself in position to do that. So got to hand it to him. Made a good call and a huge pot, and now he's in good position to win this tournament.
King 8-7-4, not exactly choice cuts. And Feng will fold. Should he be limping that?
That's close. I'd rather have a king suited. It's kind of a raggedy hand, but he's fallen down to a stack where he would, you know, like to be able to raise rather than limp and your opponent raising him call, you know, so I'm going to try to wait for a better hand.
Queen 7-6-5. A limp. And Feng says run it with the ace 10 6 deuce. As he tries to take a pot here, heads up. Proven difficult. Ace in the window is a helpful development, but followed by a 9 and a 5. Verbekel has himself a gut shot, straight draw, pair, and the second nut flush draw. For Feng, it's just top pair. His check draws a $250,000 chip bet from Bjorn Verbekel. Feng, of course, will peel one off. And his depth is dwindling. Does make aces and deuces on the turn.
Yeah, we'll see if Kabrhel takes a free card here. If Feng chooses to check, which he does. And he does take the free card.
Well, now it's aces full for Feng as his hand improves considerably on the turn and river. $800K lead and really nowhere to go for Bjorn but the muck. So Xiao Feng looking to right the listing ship. Still 3.6 million and a steep climb in front of him. We'll have the button here, however. Bad news, however. Blinds at 150 and 300 with a 300K ante. 750K every two hands. An average of 325K lost each and every hand. Again, sub-premium stuff on the button for Feng, the 10-7-6 deuce with clubs. He does limp. King Jack 7-5 and King High Spades for Kabrhel. His check back brings a queen 9-4 flop. He's got himself a gut shot straight draw. Feng with the 10 high club draw. You do need to mix a little bit of checking back with these flush draws, Len, don't you?
No, yeah, checking back's correct there.
He's hit a 10 now.
He turns the nuts.
For Kabrhel. Does have the nuts indeed. Go on, you were saying the check back with the 10 high flush.
Yeah, just
draw.
Kind of disguise your hand a little bit when the flush does come in. A lot of times you get bluffed into or you get called down some by some two pairs. And you know, he doesn't have anything with the flush draw. He had no pair, no gut shot. Could only turn a wrap with an 8, and it would already put us straight out there. So I like the check back by Feng on the flop. I'm just thinking a little here, but just a 10. Obviously, you're only beating bluffs, but
$750 for a shot at 1.65. Haven't really seen Feng put into a situation where he had to make a big call like this.
yeah, the only one was when he had aces up, and Kabrhel had 3 jacks, remember? And he did pay off the end there in that hand. And he gets away from this, although it wasn't much hand to get away from, but still could fold and go to the next hand. I mean, heads up's different. It's not like you're calling with a 10 and full ring or something, you know. And
well, the other day in the 50K Pot-Limit Omaha, Daniel Negreanu made a very impressive call against Phil Hellmuth. Three-handed, albeit, which actually made it more difficult because there was still a player left to act behind on a three-spade board where two kings were on the board, I believe. Maybe it was just one.
It was like Queen 10 3 5, I believe.
There wasn't a king on the board?
No, I believe it was
maximum.
Whatever it was, he called with
yeah.
a pair of tens and a nine kicker, and it was very impressive.
Yeah, it was a weird hand. Phil takes a weird stab and on the turn with literally nothing but 2 8s. And got called by Daniel's pair of tens and open-ended, and Jeremy Austin was called with an open-ended and a gut shot also on the bottom end.
Keep it.
Then called river when Phil bluffed when the board paired. And put spades.
Well, the point being that you can't simply expect to sit back and have premium hands, in particular as things get short, and there's nothing shorter than heads up as that jewelry looks for a home here in Rozvadov.
Do we know if they're the exact same bracelets as the ones they're giving in the States?
They look pretty similar.
They look similar, right? I'm guessing it is the exact same.
Maybe ours are 24 karat, and then we send the 10 karat gold over there.
Yeah? No.
Maybe it's from the some slightly irregular bin.
America wouldn't dare do something like that. Come on.
Oh, yeah, no, our foreign policy is just terrific. Well, as speedy as Verbekel has shown he is capable of being, he is demonstrating decent patience here against Feng as he looks to close his man out and hoist hardware. Oh, beautiful. 2 aces with diamonds. An obvious open. And I can think of a game where Feng's hand would be beautiful, but Pot-Limit Omaha is not it.
Not it. Yeah, a little deuce to 7 action would be nice here. Even I would learn how to know how to play this finale. I mean, it's not hard, right? He's going to call. See a flop. Try to flop something with it.
You surprised that he's willing to invest $900,000 off of a $2 million stack? Obviously, an extra $600 over the top of the big.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the ante in there too, and it's just, you know, it's one of those hands where you just flop something sometimes, and you kind of know when to go with your hand.
You end up in a weird spot like this one with a gut shot on the bad side and middle pair. No heart draw for Feng. Aces for Verbekel.
You see, as bad as this hand, it just doesn't look great. It plays 50% versus just bone aces here. Obviously, he doesn't know his opponent's just got bare aces, but a lead here is look like what's going to happen maybe. And it's just going to, he calls it, and here we go.
So Feng willing to go with it in this spot after having invested an extra 600 pre, total of 900, was sitting on 1.35 and decided, let's go. Verbekel says, let's go indeed. And you'll note the percentages here. It is a coin flip. $4.8 million hanging in the balance, and more importantly, Zhao Feng's fate. Here comes the turn.
Wow.
It's an ace. Top set
Only a
now for Verbakel, and there's really only one path to an escape for Zhao Feng. He knows it, and so does Bjorn. Fade the 4, win the bracelet. 4 outs once for Feng. Will he live on to continue the battle? Or is it all over? That's it. The 8 on the river. Not what Feng needed as he finishes in second place. And the man of the moment, Bjorn Verbakel, an e-business owner, not a professional poker player, but he looked top class out there. Biggest live tournament cash for him, 73,000 euros, and this will approach that figure as he gives us a pose and
thank you.
can walk over and rightfully claim what's his in a World Series of Poker Europe bracelet.
Yeah, Bjorn well played, and he earned it. Earned it with the start of the final table with a big call, and went on to take this down.
Indeed he did. And you can tell he is enjoying the moment. The lights going crazy as we recognize the efforts of the Dutchman. Your event number 2, Pot-Limit Omaha 8 Max winner here in Rozvadov. Well, that's the generally accepted way to demonstrate that you can add your name to the list of people on this planet who have accomplished that feat there. Win a World Series of Poker bracelet. Congratulations. Definitely in order as Bjorn Verbakel navigated a big stack throughout the bulk of this final table. And he looked good doing it. Picking up 59,000 and change. And here's how it shook out as we look at the final results of event number 2, brought to you by GG Poker. Martin Kabrhel, the chip leader coming in. Showered early. No one would have thought it, and that kind of left a bit of a clear path for Bjorn Verbakel, who emerges victorious. We are still just getting started at the 2021 World Series of Poker Europe here at Kings Resort. Don't forget, we've got more coverage coming your way over the course of the next few days. In the meantime, on behalf of our entire crew here in Las Vegas, as well as those out there in Rozvadov, and my partner in the booth, Len Ashby, I'm Ali Nejad, saying so long